It's going on. We are live, and now I just have to wait until my phone's ready to go. Boxia, Pit Boss, Knight's Edge, Caleb, Liam. So what's happening? Colin's here as well. Burrito Bean, Alex. Do you know if there's a good melee build on PvP? Not really. I don't give a shit about PvP, to be honest. Hey, trademark. Bert. Just exposing his fart fetish for everyone to see. What do you mean, rip Xbox? Is it dead? I have no idea what's going on with Xbox at the moment. Did Xbox die? That's a shame. Looks like you'll have to move over to PC now. Servers are down. Whoops. Servers down if you have Xbox. Well, thank God I'm on PC. What do you mean the online? Okay, you're all telling me that on Xbox servers are down. Sucks to be you. Actually, that's a good thing. Now you can step away from Fallout 76 and play actual games. Oh wait, Xbox Live. I don't know about pacifying sloths. You can. You can pacify sloths, but they have to have a bunch of bullets in them, and they kind of don't move anymore. Actually, I'll probably just go over to... Just so you know, if every time that my stream just goes offline, it's just because I've just lost connection. I've just dropped the bit rate, sure, fucking whatever. Yeah, the problem is it's not showing up in my particular... Like, I can't see it on my phone, which is annoying because I usually have it on as a second screen. It's fucking pissing me off. Just open up one of my videos. Hello, Miner. Do I have an explosive Gatling plasma? Yes, I do. Hey, Cleve. Garage to no. Yes. He says garage. Ooh la la, a garage. What do you call it? A car hold. Restart YouTube app. Well, I've done that like 5 times already. Hey, James. I don't know why there's people talking to me in Spanish, expecting me to actually understand it. Go play Nuclear Winter. The wait time is not 7 hours. Fuck you, Captain Noob. Not really high support. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? Automatic Tesla rifle explosive. Look, I'm not a price checker. I don't think I see items as actual things. Hang on, I'm on the wrong fucking character for this. Alright, I'm gonna sit here and let's just go play Nuclear Winter. Let's see what happens. Nothing will happen, I guarantee you this. Unless they just fill the match with bots, which would be fun. Ah, there we go, finally. It's fucking showed up. Cool. I'm just gonna drop that quality down to super low. There we go. Have I tried out a vampire's explosive Gatling gun? No, I haven't. What's the best legendary melees for non-bloodied? Fucking instigating. Oh wow, color me surprised. Absolutely nothing is happening. Just as I thought. Let's play some adventure instead. Ah, there's the stream thumbnail that I chose. It's Lost, but with beard bottles. Yeah. Yeah, Lander, it's shit. And apparently all of the Xbox servers are down, so Wow, it's almost like you guys should have got a PC instead. Well, actually, a lot of the people who are on console, they've actually got a player base to play Nuclear Winter on, so there's the difference. They've got a player base on console, whereas people on PC are preoccupied playing different games like Fallout 4, which they can mod and do whatever they want. Yeah, I don't know how people haven't caught on to the unyielding thing, boosting charisma and just selling assault rifles to every super mutant ever. Or from every super mutant ever, rather. Okay, apparently we're going bloodied combat knife then. Sure, whatever. First things first, let's clear out some of these reds. Yes. That'll do. Second thing is... Who the fuck keeps blowing up my generator? Fucking bugs get in here. Like, not like game glitches, but fucking mosquitoes get in here and they destroy my fucking house. It's so fucking annoying. I'm sad that people exploited the fact that you can stack multiple things, so now we can't actually put... Like, we can't stack these concrete bollards on top of each other because people kept exploiting that, so I can't cover up the generator properly, which is really annoying. I hate that. It's what happens when you get people who play this game only to exploit it. For fuck's sake. There better be shit down here. I'm gonna be pissed off. Kick meme boy. I will. Yeah, he's a fuckhead. Goodbye. He waited over 25 minutes for a Nuclear Winter match during the day. And I'm pretty sure he's American too, so... Yeah. Did I kill him yet? Who is it? Is he gone? There we go. That took twice to do that. Make a TSC lever action redux. Don't really want to. Fuck, this place is bad for my frame rate. It fucking annihilates it. Especially when I've already got the fucking processor trying to uphold the stream. Alright, I'm really not in the mood to have people fucking around. If I was playing in a private server right now, I would be. Because what I want to do here is kill these super mutants and loot their weapons, but I'm not going to get a full clean run here because someone's already here, and that is unacceptable. I don't like that. That fucking ghoul just killed a super mutant. Excuse me. Oh, it's the fucking turret that does that. I'm sorry, the turret can get me from there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Great start. That's shooting through a fucking wall. Look. It's shooting through a fucking wall. Can you see why I haven't streamed this game in ages? Like, I'm kind of sick of it, to be honest. This guy's on my friends list, I think. I'm going to pick a fight with him. I could take you. You and your explosive assault rifle can... That annoys me too. People think that explosive weapons are the bee's knees, but you can get much better DPS out of other things. Fuck me sideways. 20 frames a second. Well, I guess we're keeping the console people feeling right at home here. This is console level frame rates. Oh, I love it when that happens. Hey, give me that fucking minigun. Vicious lever rifle. TSC 50. I'm really not interested in running those things again, to be honest. It's a good thing to get normies fucking excited, but whatever. Because some people probably still think that TSC is still the best. There we go. There's some fucking script. If that's a 3-star, I'm done already. Of course it's not. Of course it's not a fucking 3-star because Bethesda still can't fucking make 3-star enemies drop 3-star things. There's another thing that fucking annoys me. I told you I'd be getting annoyed whilst playing this. This game is... I've actually installed a mod. It's called the 20 frames a second mod, and it's working perfectly. I'm just fucking losing my armor bits left and right here. How terrible. There we go. Surely that's something. Yay! Fucking oath. I think we're done then. I'll max out the caps on this character from the vendors and we'll be fucking done with this. Ugh, you really can't play melee if you're doing this with a fucking frame rate like this. You really can't. Also, stop dropping me pipe guns. You're supposed to be fucking high level mutants. See, the reason why people don't make content anymore for Fallout 76 is because nobody likes it all that much. They're just getting sick of it, and I think I'm feeling that too. Like, I don't like to trash the game for no reason, but my patience for this game is going to start running out soon. Is that another fucking thing crippled? What is it? Do my bones have... Hang on a second. Okay, that's radworms, not bone worms, but seriously, fucking hell. I'm gonna stare at the ground. Ah, yes, that's better. 50 frames a second. What is it with this place? Is it that it might be the mixture of God rays and the sun and also the shadows, I think. Definitely the shadows. There's a lot of shit going on here. I've barely even touched the vault. I've seen that there are different raids, but I think what's that one that they came out with? It was like Meltdown or something. That was terrible. I did not like that whatsoever. I did that solo on a stream and it was very boring. Probably not only for me, but for the people actually watching it. Alright, our frame rate will probably get heaps better if we actually go inside. Oh my god, if there's someone sitting on the fucking script machine... God, I hate when that happens. Enough. You can get Fallout 76 for $5 on eBay. They should be paying you $5 for it, honestly. The Fallout 4 mods, like the community putting mods together in that game is still going okay, I suppose. Fucking DU and done. Oh, guess what? There's already a fucker in there. No, I'm not mad at all. Make a blade explosive submachine gun. Make one? That's not possible. We have to wait until mods. What would I play besides Fallout 76 or Fallout 4? XCOM 2 for sure. Or maybe even just original XCOM. Those games are fucking brilliant. So good. They don't piss me off as much as Bethesda games. They don't really piss me off at all, except for when you miss easy shots. And it fucking just snowballs into your whole squad being killed. Just kidding, I'm not terrible at XCOM. You know, if you look in the achievements, there's only a handful of people who've actually ever finished a mission without losing people. Fucking double minigun drop, boys. 1 on this guy and 2 on the table. Oh, and now they fucking both go full auto on me and fucking kill me like that. Sure, whatever. I'm not playing survival though. Too many fucking retards. Whoops, I can't say that word. Like, I sometimes switch to survival if I'm recording, if I just can't pull spawns from anywhere because, you know, they're in fairly high traffic areas. I usually have like a 90% chance to pull spawns at the Mirelurk place though, so that's pretty good. Hello, is possible Vanguard minus 20 guns or ammo? What? I don't understand. A TSE crossbow, they don't exist. I don't think they've ever existed either. The only weapon that fires arrows, as far as the game's concerned, and you can get an explosive, is a railway rifle. Fucking kill them. If I stab them, I expect it to do damage. Is that too much to ask? There we go, that's better. I actually had a fucking shit ton of stuff on me. Also, is that a Scorch Beast? That is a Scorch Beast. Oh, it's the acid dropping Scorch Beasts. No? It missed me, I guess. Now, I've got Enforcer, so that's good. Don't forget the cap stashes. Yes, it's a swing speed knife. Jump servers. There's only one server, ever. It's always the same people too. I see the same people all the time playing the survival servers. Because they're so hardcore and good at the game. And also have Assassin Sentinel gear so they can't be fucking killed. I mean, I fucked around with survival last live stream, I think, and concluded it was the most fucking broken piece of shit I've ever fucking done. It was terrible. It still boggles me that people actually like PvP in this game, other than like Nuclear Winter, where everything's balanced. Fuck you, Scorch Beast. You're dead now. Right, you're next, fucker. Fallout 4 is way better. You know what? I'll probably go back on my word once we get private servers and mod support for this game. Maybe. Because I like the combat balance more in this game. And the build diversity stuff is kind of fun too. Because you can't just plug all your... You can't just plug infinite amounts of points into these different things. So that's pretty good. If they happen to boost or give us an extra 5 or so special points to use, that would be nice. That'd be very good, actually. Because Winter's getting the fucking full luck treatment. I mean, she'll have 14 and not 15, but then she could probably run gunslinger stuff. Which means my entire character meant for using pistols would be pointless. Oh shit, a rat. I'm gonna whoop your ass, rat. A quad explosive 50 cal. Yes, I'm imagining it, and I'm thinking that it's okay, I guess. I'm not fast traveling anymore. Don't poke the cars with a knife, it causes an explosion. They will lose their ability to monetize the game on PC with private servers, not unless they get people to pay for private servers. That's what'll happen. They'll make people pay for it. Or they'll do some bullshit like you can't level up properly. So you have to play on pub servers to actually level up and farm. Yes, the drop rate for the fixer plans is pretty low. A lot of people actually farm that event to get fucking nothing. And then I just randomly got hit with nothing.
Is a no man's land, literally. Watch out for none. Brotherhood, robot.
25. That's a good fucking amount of caps there. Really, that's all I got. Better get rid of those. Don't need those.
No nonsense.
Yeah. Alright. I just need to find a place that has a pile of weapons ready and available. Like this place. Minus 50 XP and no legendaries on private servers. Probably. How much cost Fallout 4? I don't know. Less than 50. I can't make a blade explosive submachine gun. I have to either get it to drop or trade something for it or have it lended to me. I can't just conjure it out of thin air. As much as I'd like to do that, I wouldn't have to fucking grind in this game at all. Well, I can't. In fact, if I could just grind and pull legendaries out of anything, well, you know what I'd do? I would just give myself like 6 or 7. Fuck's sake, why does that happen? I'm clicking and it doesn't fucking swing. You know what? I've got a different plan now. Gladiators for chumps. Here's what you really want to do. Here's what you really want to do. Well, we actually want to put back Bandolier on. And go Iron Fist instead. There we go. We've got survivability now. We're not running around in power armor anyway. And full incisor. And I guess blocker can go to rank 1. There we go. Now if we just punch... Oi, I see that person over there. I thought I saw something. Yep. Some Jap. Alright, let's see if I can pick a fight with him. Just gotta wait until I get my shit. Oi! Oi, you! Ah, he's on fucking pacifist mode. How annoying. I need more food. Yes, I do. I'm such a food build, guys. I've got rejuvenated, which is a good perk, and it requires me to eat food. How dare I even fucking dare? Fuck this fucking cunt. Fuck you. This is my fucking spot. God fucking damn it. I might fucking pull the shadows down. The shadows is what eats the frame rates. Yeah, blah blah. Just put them back on low. There we go. Does that look low to you or does that look high? Hang on, we can check. Okay, we're gonna have to reboot the game. Much obliged. Do I have a gutter? Yes, I've got a gutter. And it was okay, I guess. It's just like a buffed vampires thing. I did a video on it. If you want to know my thoughts, just go watch that. Delete God Rays and Blur. Oh, shit, yeah. Hang on. Blur, you say? Fuck off, Fallout 76. I take glee in closing it via Alt F4. Now, you can't see anything, but you can still hear me. I gotta find a way to turn this blur off, because the blur is the most annoying fucking thing. I can't believe they've brought that back. They had a patch where they allowed you just to delete it, but then, no, it's gone. Or rather, it's back. The ability to fucking get rid of it is just gone again. So I gotta find blur. I can't fucking find it. Not even with a Control F search. What about depth of field? Try that. I can't find that either. Okay. Do you know which one? Yeah, I know it's a depth of field thing, but I'm searching for depth in my fucking INI folder, and I do radial blur. Ah. Hang on, radial blur is when you get hit, isn't it? Kind of like to know when I'm being shot at, I guess. We'll keep that. B/fog enabled. Yeah, I know it's in a slider, but it doesn't fucking work. I just explained how it didn't work. I've got it all the fucking way up. All the way up. That's just display, radius, bias. That's just the screen resolution. Play menu music. Fuck yes, I can delete that. Excellent. Save. Excellent. Now I have to only listen to that fucking music. Let's see. Shadow distance. I've already pulled them down. Max decals per frame. Volumetric lighting enabled. That is God rays. I'll keep those because they look nice. I'll let you know what I'm doing. There we go. So here's what I'm doing right here. That is VSync. I remember that from my Fallout 4 days. Ah, depth of field. 0. So it's F depth of field. So the search function isn't as good as I thought it was. Okay, let's see what happens when I put it to 0. One moment, please. Thanks for the super chat, Sinister Hand. I appreciate it. I don't have emergency protocols, actually. What do I think about it when players put their camp at the highest peak near Seneca Rocks? I don't give a shit. I can do that. They can go there. As long as they're not near me when I'm trying to clear out shit, I'm happy. If you edit the INI files, I thought they would have you drop through the world. Well, only one way to find out. No, I can't make a blade explosive submachine gun, Chris, alright? PvP Assassin Sentinel Combat Armor. Yes. I used that, and it was dumb. Fuck it, I don't even give a shit. If they ban me for this, it's a mercy killing. I've got a Quad Assaultron head, but thanks for the offer. The thing fucking irradiates you now. It was broken. It was always meant to irradiate you, but now it actually does. So I'm gonna have to use it in power armor. Thank you, James Bush. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing alright. How am I doing? I'm kind of annoyed. You know why? You know why I'm annoyed? I've got a good idea as to why I am actually annoyed. No, the questions are on par with what they usually are. Ah, much better. Oh, look at those shadows. Look at that frame rate, 40 FPS now. And also, the blur is gone? Yes! Fuck you, Bethesda, you can't force blurring on me! Foster's, no, it's not Foster's. That's a myth. We don't drink Foster's. Foster's is about as Australian as a Chevrolet Camaro. Camaro? One of those fucking words. Oh good, we've got fucking mutants here. Good, good, good. Good stuff. Let's fucking shoot him or punch him. Oh, hunting rifle. Thank you for your generosity. That's more like it. That guy forgot to press his detonator. Also, they all forgot where I was, which is very convenient because I was kind of sitting there out in the open. Fear my bloodied fucking punch speed, motherfucking power fist. So much stronger than your non-legendary power fists. Don't be mad. I am mad. I need to channel some of this fucking rage because it's here. Like, you'd be surprised on how much I have to hold my tongue when I just want to complain about shit during my weapon videos. And you can see that it happens. A lot of the videos that I did last week, I was just sitting there complaining about shit. It'll never stop. I'm never going to be satisfied with this game, am I? What about a blade explosive submachine gun? I don't have one. Stop asking me for a blade explosive submachine gun. I don't want it. Also, apparently there's a fucking triangles and shit. Is that what depth of field prevents me from seeing the fucking triangles? Or have I just... I think I've just nuked the shadows into orbit so much that it produces these fucking triangle-ass shadows everywhere. This is why you don't do anything with the INI files. Why can't I just disable them? It'd be better if I could just disable them. I lack frame rate. In fact, I can just toggle grass so people can't hide from me in nuclear winter because that's something that actually happens, I think. At least most of the people that don't play by the rules. Which there are many. I reckon fire rate is the go on an SMG. Its damage isn't good enough to really make good of the explosives, but if you can make it a bullet hose, well, that's when you're laughing. Clearly a sledgehammer, super mutant. Ooh, I'm actually over capacity now. This is good news because that means I've got a shitload of stuff I could sell. Yay, more script for me. Right, I'm going to start ignoring all the hunting rifle because they don't sell for very much at all. And I'll probably drop the missile launcher because proportionally it's probably not as valuable. In fact, where is it? Fucking... Oh wait. Cock and fucking dog. Actually, I've got an idea. What I'm gonna do is just chuck on bare arms. Still over capacity. Alright. What about if I was to drop... Yeah, they can go. That seems acceptable to me. No. I'd rather bully other YouTube channels. I'm not going to mention them, but you know who they are, if you've been paying attention. What's the best Fallout? Fallout 4. Yeah, the blade swing speed knife was good. I think I've got that in my inventory right now, actually. Whoops. How many Xbox One players are actually in the stream now just grumbling about the whole servers being down? Wow, that's what the power lines look like. That's what the shadows look like. You're a pacifist mode. You're doing that because you're a food build. God damn. I'm not impressed by your explosive flamer. I think it's tacky. You'll buy it for 1,000 caps. I can probably get a better deal than that. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta bump those numbers up. And I've still got Rabworms too. $5K. It's Vampire Vats, critical meter, and critical meter fast foods, and fucking yeah, that's a good Tesla rifle. I actually haven't tried vampires on a Tesla rifle. I've been meaning to. I'm thinking if it arcs on other things, it also gives you the healing effect. If it does, hey, there's a vampire submachine gun. Vampires and Vats criticals. Fucking okay, cool. $20K. That's more like it. Now you're talking. I mean, I've already got a superior weapon of the same class, so there's no reason not to. Unless they decide to fix the thing where you can just chuck serrated blades on. But then again, I've got a cultist dagger, which I believe is better than all of them. So there's that. Provided you've got the serrated blade on it at least. Come here. Got him. Oh yeah, got him. What does that leave left? Probably this. No, hang on, there's a dude in here. This game. Ah, he had a hunting rifle and dropped a laser gun. Good, that's valuable and also is very light. I appreciate that game, thanks. My god, look at the Nuka-Colas in here. That's the most I've ever bloody seen. Yeah. Well, originally they had it like, if another player enters the place, all of the enemies just respawn, but then players who really struggle with getting the place cleared out will just be swarmed by a bunch of respawning super mutants, so they got rid of that pretty quick. It annoys me how they forgot where I was despite being here. Not enough to complain about it, but enough to comment about it. Also, there's another super mutant of the legendary variety around here somewhere. Where you going, mate? Oh, he's a 2-star. What's he got for me? Ghoul Slayer's Cryolator. Okay. Whatever you say, game. I thought that was going to be me dead for a second, but it wasn't. Good to know. Also, I don't have... What did I pull? I think I pulled Martial Artist, did I? It's really a bad idea. Ow, 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 ow. Stop doing that. Stop it! Got him. That's not the same assault rifle he was shooting me with, game, but it's one of higher value, so whatever. Alright, done. I got a Furious Explosive Combat Rifle somewhere. I don't know where I put it. It's around somewhere. And that is how you get diabetes. Okay, there's another reason why I might be super over capacity. It's because I've got a bunch of crap that I shouldn't, that I should have scrapped. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Right then, let's do some junk sorting here. Anything that's super low in value can probably go. such as that. That can go. That can go. So typical of me to be carrying a bunch of missiles around though. Ultrasight plasma cores. Let's not drop those. Pfft, who's gonna use those? Not me, man. And I'm pretty sure I've just picked all of those up. I can do without. Just kick around that skeleton. I don't think that's doing a lot for me. I've got a plan, actually. I've got a couple of things I can do to just reduce the weight ever so slightly. I'm gonna cook the meat, drop power armor, reduce weight under the thing, and then just go. It'd be good if you could scrap those cannonballs for lead. Hi Axel, what's happening? I've had some people talking to me about the state of Fallout 76 on Twitter, and hashtag Fallout 76 is nowhere to be found. Black Titanium is used for some high tier weapon mods mostly. A lot of the Excavator power armor mods require Black Titanium. You get it from Deathclaws too. I end up with a surplus of it most times, so I just scrap it all. Or rather just sell it, because it's actually worth a cap a piece. Okay, we're sitting under. That's good. Good. I just need to deploy power armor. No, we're not sitting under. I was wrong. Wow.
We cap the armor piece. The one I need to give you.
Where's that nuke heading to? That's right on the edge of it too. I can't even trade with you at all.
If just drop it, yeah.
Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Have fun.
Right. Or just... Ever thought of a Minecraft stream? No. I don't play Minecraft. I do it as a joke sometimes, though. Because for some reason it's installed on my PC, but I need to buy the game. Caps aren't worthless. You can buy stuff with them. You can either buy from the overpriced robot vendors or the overpriced people vendors. Or sometimes you just get bargains which you can't say no to. This looks a very Rust-esque base. Hang on, what do I have? What's here? 7 weapons. This is guns. Yeah. That's alright. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Yeah, actually most of these are pretty damn good, but I don't have the scratch. Hey, there's that fucker that we saw earlier. Xian... I don't know, I'm not even going to pronounce his name, because I'll get called a racist, and that's the worst thing that could happen.
May I be of assistance?
You can sell those assault rifles for caps. I'm already capped out. Or you could just leave them there. I don't give a fuck. 4 times 4 is 16. Done! Protocol. Move speed 25. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. It's very heavy. Wait, I'm already done here, aren't I? Yes, there's the Bowie knife. I'm just going to put this away. No, I'm not. Oh, I've still got a bloodied fire rate minigun. Where's Livy? She was meant to pick this up. She's not on. No. No, Nerd Rage needs to stay on. Gunsmith, that needs to come on. And also... Well, Serendipity doesn't work in Power Armor, so we'll go 1 gun army. No, no, no. That's not supposed to happen. That one. That one. That one. And also... That one. That one. No, not that one. This one. A bit faster reload. Now, would the game object to me putting power armor on? Am I going to be over capacity? Possibly. I don't know. I don't know what... Fuck. No matter, I can just put it on when I'm down there. Or I could just... Ooh, I didn't crash whilst getting out of my power armor. No, I didn't want to add that fucker as a friend. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so fucking annoying sometimes. What did you miss? You missed a whole lot of me complaining, and there's more to come, so you didn't miss out on much. Let me fucking using a heavy gun outside of power armor. What was I thinking? Actually, I was probably just using it for... Now, don't kill it too quickly. I still got to get some damage on it. There we go. Look at that. Look at me. I'm doing so much damage. Was that... That wasn't me, was it? Also, did I do enough damage there for it to give me shit? Yep. That was actually all me. See, when I started shooting at it. Yay. Best timing ever. I didn't even use a mag of bullets there. Though this is not a Vault raid stream, I don't think I want to do those things. Hey, unyielding. That's pretty good. Oh shit, I've shot someone. Run away! They're gonna kill me. Actually, I'm ready for him. Bring it! I could take him. $0.20 for killing a motherfucking cryptid. I want you my caps. Yes, $18 for that. I was waiting for someone to... See, that's how I test how old my audience is. If not a lot of people pick up on the Metallica reference, I know that they're a little bit younger. Apparently, fucking saying Bowie knife fucking triggers people, though, because that's all of the fucking comments on that fucking Bowie knife video. It's like, ugh, Bowie, fuck up. That's how you actually pronounce it. Like, I was thinking of just commenting, don't you fuckers have anything better to talk about than the pronunciation of a word? But I didn't. It all fucking annoys me. A lot of people just comment on irrelevant shit, like, you missed this legendary hit. Fuck off. I don't care. Jumping out of his pen. Insane anger. Fucking hell. David Bowie's overrated. Shut up. Do I like the quad effect on some weapons? On some weapons. If they've got a low ammo capacity, that's when I say, yep, that's good. I'm going to use it there. Now, what you're about to see right here is it's called a pro gamer move, alright? You're about to see an amazing piece of pro gamery. Yeah, quad explosive harpoon, that's good. Quad explosive double barrel shotgun is also not bad either. Fuck you, feral ghouls. That's what you get for being zombies. Yep, killed him. Last check. Alright. Sinister Hand, you have to stay right there, because this is a pro gamer move right here. This is what they call speeding up the farming process. Nobody pinch my shit. I'll be very, very disappointed in you. Oh, sorry, there's a vampire sub I put in there? Yes, I did. Okay. Sinister Hand, you have to stay right there. Stay right where you are. That was a bloodied Fire 8 minigun. That's what that was. Quick. I don't think Sinister got my message. The server you have tried to join has crashed. Fuck you and your legendary farming. With a Todd Howard face. With a finger. Basically. What's my favorite weapon? I like handmade rifles. Best all-round kill. I still haven't got a bloodied Fire 8 one. That's what I want. That would complete me. I reckon that would probably be the best for my Stealth Commando character in terms of weaponry. Tertiary legendary effect, probably better crits. More crits coming, because that means the crits will be rolling in even faster. They're not the most lethal of all weapons, they're just high. Anti-armor Fire 8 Gauss rifle is worth paying attention to. Not sure, to be honest. I don't think Fire 8 works for a weapon that has to charge up. Unless you spam the trigger, that might be really quick if you do that, but you're only getting half the power out of the gun when you do that. Switch to Xbox and I'll give you that. Well, the problem is I'm going to have to grind up a new character on Xbox and do the exact same shit over and over. It is tempting though, somewhat. You can't knock the anti-armor part about it though. The anti-armor part is good. Let's see if anyone's intercepted my pro gamer moves. They haven't. Oh shit, I don't think I've used Winter since I've used the instigating plasma gun. It's a good one. I hope they give them a buff because they need it, because they can't compete with suppressed weapons, unfortunately. Yes! It has worked, and I even get duct tape because random instance loot. Gauss, yeah, it's pretty good. You see that vampire sub? It's going to die. A painful, most horrible death. Same with that Ghoul Slayer's Cryolator. What a joke. Okay, 737. I won't make it to 1,000 today on this character. Also, that can go away. I've already done one of those. Terrible. I've already got an instigating one. Yay, we've only got 45 left. Oh, is that a paint gun? Oh god, he's got another one. Mine now. I don't think he's going to object, is he? Huh. Okay. I've only got... Hang on a second. Do I have unyielding armor? Yes, I do. And also, I forgot to trade that in. I only think I did weapons. Yep. We're even closer than I thought. How good? Okay, let's just ignore that. Favorite armor set? Unyielding. It doesn't really matter if it matches or not, because you just wear shit over it. This gun right here, that annoys me no end. Do I have a... I don't think I've got a regular bloodied... No, I do on another character. Pipe bolt action rifle, rip. Blade explosive combat rifle. What's this? Aligned, forceful. You know what? We'll use it. I don't feel like wasting too much of my 5.56s, so we'll go back over to serendipity and adrenaline, and then so I'll just keep tank killer. Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? And demo expert for extra cheese. Yay, 339. I'm gonna run away with this copper ore that was just left for me. That's a lot of copper. You know what I'm going to do with that? That is going to be making a lot of plasma gun rounds. What's the bet this place has already been cleared out? Better memes, Star Wars Episode 3 or Face Off? Star Wars, obviously. Oh shit, a ghoul. Gonna whoop your ass, ghoul. What's he dropping? Unyielding, eh? Right arm is... Yes! It's what they call an upgrade. It's not even pocketed either. Fuck yeah. Extra strength for winter. Perfect. This is good. Which means I can get even higher carry weights out of it. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. How much health do I have left? 2 points. How about I eat something? That didn't do anything. Okay, apparently I have to cook. Why don't I have healing factor? Because I like my cams doing a lot more than they ought to. Also, if I want to clear out a bunch of rads and I'm not near a rad shower, Radaway is pretty fucking worthless, to be honest. Look at me, I'm using an explosive weapon. I'm so good. I am the best Fallout 76 player ever. Lighting's gone bad. 2 Radaways, that's not bad. Pretty good. I don't really... I prefer weapon weights to be lighter. Oh no! An AI just created a goo pile. That's your fault, Assaultron. No starch genes. I've got starch genes. Right there. Come on, pay attention. Well, Timmy. Well, McGarticle. Timmy is dead! They slit his throat from ear to ear. Executioner. Bad. No, game. No. Stop doing that. I'm judging, I'm jury, and I'm executioner too. I'm judging, I'm jury, and I'm executioner too. I want a quad Gauss rifle? Not really. If it's 1 star, I'll give it a pass. Fuck you, Giant B. That's what you get for being part of the B movie. Yeah, Dirty Window. Perfect. Good song. Also, there goes King Ghoul. Where's your crown, King? Nothing. There we go. There's that. Where's your crown? Also, pick up the horses. Not because it's a horse toy, but because it's got crap in it that's useful for making your gun stronger. Two-shot fast fire rate plasma any good? Probably, yeah. If you give it a sniper barrel, it could actually be quite an effective close quarters weapon. Because that's one of the main... Dead! You are dead! Not a big surprise. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, this bug. Hang on, is Sinister Hand still around? Yeah, boy. Fuck yeah. Fuck you, bugs. I've defeated you with the help of Sinister Hand. Should I have a beam splitter or not on your pistol? No. Don't put a beam splitter in your guns. It's dumb. It's a stupid idea. Unless they're explosive, then go for your life. I'll tell you why. Because... And listen up, people who are fucking screaming at me for not putting a beam splitter on my bloodied fucking crit damage ultrasight laser gun. You see how it works is you get a tiny little bit more damage out of your thing. Perhaps it definitely didn't happen for the rifle of the ultrasight variety. But what happens is you get the same base damage or similar, and it spreads the damage evenly between a couple of projectiles and reduces the range. So basically, you're trading all of this extra degradation of your weapon to make it a tiny little bit more forgiving of missed shots in close range, and also making it a tiny little bit less good at range because the bullets will spread out and miss your target. So there's no fucking point. I don't know why people have such a hard-on for beam splitters when they're not really that good. Ah, we meet again, Feral Ghoul. Actually, I think I trade killed with him. I almost lost my fucking toy horse, too. Actually, you should put a beam splitter on... No. No, you don't know this game. You don't know this game. Whilst you were studying the fucking weapon cards of your weapon, I was actually in the creation kit doing shit and thinking, wow, okay, that's how this works. You ever noticed how every single one of your shotgun pellets hits for the same damage? It's like it spreads the damage evenly along the fucking pellets. Ah, Feral Ghoul. What's more scary is the terrible fucking frame rate. But that's okay. Oh, I can't even one-shot ghouls anymore. And another thing, since you can't penetrate through armor with any plasma or laser guns, or plasma guns you can with the ballistic damage, but not the energy damage, you'll be hitting your enemies for such low damage that you end up costing yourself more damage because of the way that damage is calculated and such. That's my fucking legendary. It's mine! I'm fucking full autoing on this place. Oh shit, they're angry. Come here. No. Ooh. Too slow, Megacorp. Oh, fuck, he's got a fucking Tesla. Great. Fuck you. If he attacks me, he's fucking done for. He's done for, mate. Ah, shit! Help me. No, my toy horse! My toy horse is dead. Oh, wait, he's on my friends list. Well, that's helpful. Wait, what is he doing? He's just sitting there. My toy horse, motherfucker. And my tin cans. You can't take those away from me. What you gonna do? Kablooms. I'm gonna blow up the entire... Oh, shit. That's a fucking ghoul. Blow up the entire parking lot. You'll see. Now, if that doesn't aggroed every... Oh, shit. All of the cars are exploding. It's really hard to tell what's going on when I've got a frame rate of fucking 12. Stay away from me! Curse this fucking... Wait, 30? 30? 30 in the mag? Since when has that been a thing? Question mark. No, sinister hand, I will avenge you. Fuck you, fair. Ah, shit! He's standing up, he's fine. There's too much going on right now. They all turned into sleepers. Did you see that? They all turned into sleepers as I died. No, mutants is fine. They all went back to sleep. They just dropped where they were and just went to sleep. Thank you, Philip. I appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. YouTube decided to have a big old notification for super chat now available in more countries. Like, okay. More unyielding crap. Oh! Strength. Hang on, what's on my left leg now? Left leg. Upgrade, 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 upgrade. That's 2 upgrades. Both in strength too, so that's even more carry weight for me. Shit, where'd my fucking corpse go? I need to loot my fucking things back. Don't you dare take my toy horse, motherfucker. My toy horse. I got it. Okay, everything's fine. Is the PS4 servers still going? PS4 console is the worst. So someone added me. I don't know who they are. Oh wait, is it that dude that I accidentally added? No. Oh, Commander of PV. I think he got mad. He got upset. I called him Megacorp. Someone's attacking me. How dare you? Okay, I can't see it. What's this? Oh, that's free script. Thanks, Sinister. Now, there was a fucking 3-star that I killed in here. Ah, shit, the ghouls are still around. The ghouls are still around. The frame rate's still fucking bad. I miss Shadow Play. Oh wow, really? I'm just one-shotting them all. I must be the best Fallout 76 player in the world. That's not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to shoot them with explosive damage. What the f... What it... Oh, shit, there's a ghoul. Oh, shit! A ghoul! What? Seriously, though, what magazine is this? Large magazine? Heathen! Who put that on? Awful. Terrible! Awful, awful hair! Okay, everyone can now migrate into Xbox Ones and start playing Fallout 76 again. See, there was a happy ending. In the end, everyone got to play Fallout 76 again. Which is really the sad ending. I don't know which person put these mods on, but they were sorely, sorely mistaken. Gonna whoop your ass, ghoul. Gonna whoop your ass. Didn't. Is Aussie chick accent? What? The doors were open, but they looked like they were closed. Hey, you can't camp over my stuff. That's the second time that fucker's got me. Wait, where'd my toy horse go? Do I still have that? There it is. There's my horse. My horse is better than yours. Also, where'd all the clothes go? I think I tossed them across the room because explosive bullets. Yeah, I did. Like, there was two sitting right there. Unless I already grabbed them, I might have. More caps. More caps for me. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Give it a lick. It tastes just like raisins. With a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane, and it turns back again when you tug on its winky. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, you think so? Then I better not show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, oh sweet lemonade. Sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Dun 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 dun. Get on my horse, I'll take you around the universe and all the other places too. I'll think you find that the universe pretty much covers everything. Shut up, woman, get on my horse. Then it loops. Copyright claims, probably. Fuck them. If they want to be greedy assholes, they can be greedy assholes. The washing's done. What you're about to see is unprecedented. Dead Ghoul. Instead of Deadpool, it's Dead Ghoul. Who's using a Gatling plasma? Not in my town, you don't. Imagine if you got admin powers just to ban whoever you wanted. Oh, it's not a nuclear winter crossbow. I can't shoot him like 3 times. That's okay, I've got one of these bad boys. Success! That's what you get. How many strengths do I have? How much? I've got... Hang on, where is it? I've got 9 entire strengths, and I got him. I 2-shotted him. Back away. I'll get you. Winter's got like a fucking massive toothpick fist in a thing. Is that another queen? I think that's another queen. Yeah, it's the same guy. Dead Ghoul. Quad crossbow is fun. Did I use one? I think I did. The bows or the things just teleport after you fire it, and you have to reload it one by one like it's some sort of shotgun. It would be so good if you really reloaded the 4 at once. That would save it, but it was kind of mediocre. I am Wolverine. I'm missing my 3rd claw though. This is what gives you healing factor. You have to sit here and fucking swing a thing at nothing. In fact, I could take a Scorched Beast Queen right now with this 1-star, probably underleveled gauntlet with a completely unoptimized build too. You'll see. Also, would the thing object to me? I'm sorry, sir. You're gonna have to move. That's right. Get intimidated, Night Sun. pretty stoked with that. 2 extra strengths for fucking nothing. I wonder what's for dinner. Okay, there's people down there already. Hopefully this time I'll actually make it. I need to adjust a few things. Got in a huge PvP fight earlier in one at White Springs earlier, and by huge I mean 1v4. That's cool. That's nice. Good for you, man. Alright, I'm pretty sure I've got deep pocketed for at least some of these things. I'm gonna need armor though, let me just chuck that on. That'll do. Fucking sick. And I can make it shadowed, which does absolutely nothing to it. Robot armor is good? Question mark? Hang on, what's the stats of it? Wow, it's not even that bad. What is standard? Standard is so terrible. What the hell? So once you get it upgraded, that's when it gets going. Sure, whatever. I'll accept that. How much is that now, game? How much power of carry capacities do we have? 295, and we're not even at Nerd Rage yet. Oh, sir, I'm gonna be late to the party again. That's the joke. Alright, I need to make some quick adjustments to my combat rifle because the Gumby who set it up didn't know a thing about actual performance, did he? I think I have a hard time believing anyone who boasts about how good they are in PvP. It's like, alright mate, let me guess, you've got yourself a fucking... Stabilize, please. Perforating. That'll do. You've got yourself a fucking invincible set of armor, so you can't be killed anywhere. And you just spam stim packs when you're getting shot at, because that's fun. Whopping carry weight. Now, where's all my friends? Let's not add randoms this time. Yay, Sinister. Are you for real? Are we doing this? What could possibly be around me that's stopping me from fast traveling? I bet it's a fucking cave cricket. It is a cave cricket! What a bastard! You die now. Little fucking dog. It's always a fucking cave cricket. You're so good at PvP with your Tesla rifle. Pretty much. Like, you've got all these explosive Gatling plasmas too. If you put a beam splitter on it, it just fucking throws explosions everywhere. Oh, I found the monster. What? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, I guess we're done. Okay. I completed the event. I was too late. I was too late. I got 9 script for it though, so I'm not really that mad. I can live with that. That reload speed now, boys. That's what it's all about. I like how the queen just fucked off into the next dimension. There it is. It's sitting all the way over there. Oh, not again. Obi-Wan's gonna kill me. Did I actually do enough? No, I didn't. Fuck you, Scorch Beast Queen. You've got... whoever is doing the queen killing here is just fucking... is just ruining everything. As in, like, the Scorch Beast, not ruining my game. I'm not really fucking fussed. Oh yeah, anti-armor Tesla would be good. For some reason, my volume mixing makes it fucking impossible to hear anyone speaking to me. Get out of my face. This is my script fucking thing. Oh, what's that? It's just a beer. Bad beer. Okay, I am a 1-star weapon away from being done with script. So what I'm going to do is go over here and catch up on caps. Going to do a weapon review on that combat rifle, probably. The very best seeing combat rifles except for Blade faster fire rate. Blade faster fire with prime receiver. Oh yeah, that'd fucking destroy the queen. It would probably destroy people too if they weren't cheesing shit with fucking Assassin Sentinel armor. I'm glad that they fixed that though, because you could basically be invincible if you stood still. So as cool as the effect was to be completely invincible against a specific thing if you've got enough armor to do it, the problem is that players exploited that to the point where they had to nerf it because it was fucking ruining shit. So there's another example of players doing dumb shit to ruin... Nah, just kidding. It had to go away. Like, in no other games is there a moment where a player is completely invincible through, like, normal circumstances. There's like, dumb shit like spawn protection in Battlefield and games like that that shouldn't exist either, but still. I don't want ghouls, I want super mutants, please. You see the game's fucking saying, no more legendaries for you, mate. Oh, 420 damage, how funny. Primed TSE. You know, I come across a bunch of dupers once, and they had like 46,000 Ultrasight 50s, and I was this close from taking it, but then they saw me just watching them, and they quit the server, which kind of sucks. I could have had like an extra 50,000 Prime 50s. Also, I probably would have gotten banned for handling that kind of gear, but still. Very satisfying corpse explosion, yes. What I'm really looking for, game, is assault rifles. Hey Marco, what's happening? Was my favorite weapon review? I reckon the best is probably Bloodied Fire Rate 50 cal. That one was the most fun weapon to use. As good as Bloodied Explosive ones are, well, they're not the same. Oh shit, someone's starting encrypted. I don't have time to waste, do I? 123. That's fucking... It's not very valuable at all. I can come back for those later. It's fine. Now to bludge this. Hey Libby. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Bloodied Fire Rate Ultrasight Gat Laser. That's pretty good. Well, I could shred, but it's going to take longer than 30 seconds because people don't know what they're doing. I'm going to take a drink for every time they shoot at the imposter sheep squatch, which is when it is cloaked. It's going to happen, I know it. There it is. Oh wait, everyone's being fairly fucking disciplined. Maybe I need to break the ice. Oh no, I'm shooting at it. I have to drink now. Oh, there we go. They're shooting at it. I saw 3 blokes. 1, 2, 3. I am going to ruin. Hey, he's level 70. He's not usually level 70, is he? That guy's ruined. How did he survive that? That's insane. I see you. Also, there's a whole lot of sound that I can't hear. Someone's shooting at me. There's a whole lot of explosions that are happening. Run, run, run! He's gonna explode. How many players did that take out? Fuck. Oh no, all of that lead that I was carrying. That's it. I'm gonna shoot him. I kind of wish that it would cause aggro if you witnessed a player stealing your shit. So you could just gun them down if you saw them reaching into your baggie. Oh, there it is. My lead. 38 lead. That ain't nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I just need to go down to there. Time to go for a walk. Yeah, that's the first time I've actually noticed how bad the sound is for that. That usually doesn't happen. It usually comes in crystal clear. But not today. That's odd. I wasn't actually paying attention to whether I was getting sneak crits or not. I don't think it mattered all that much, because I'm pretty sure he was aggroed that whole time, but sometimes you can cheese sneak crits on the Queen when she's yelling at something else. When she's doing that sonic gamma gun ray from her face. Hang on, I should probably put the gas mask on so I don't get fucking the lung badness. Oh, that doesn't match at all. Gonna have to take it off now. Also, my back hurts. That's not very good. My back hurts very much. This is what a full week of sheeting does to you. Hopefully I can recover during the weekend. I don't have a backpack skin. No, I don't. I'm running the basic bitch backpack here. I could probably get something, actually. I've got 1200 atoms, but I'm thinking of just saving it until something that I actually want comes out. Because I saw something like golden skinned 50 cals, and I kind of want those.
Now trading for supplies, ammunition, and gear.
You're on the gear, mate. There's a lot less comm traffic in the comment section now. Now that all of the Xbox players have got off the stream and started playing Fallout 76 again. That's all I could hear for the first like 10 minutes of the thing. It's like, Xbox servers are down. It's like, okay, how should I know this? I don't play on Xbox. Give me.
Be sure to stop up while you can.
Project Paradise and get Arctos Farmer backpack skin. Oh, really? There's that. Hey, Justin. Do I know who KevDoit is? Yeah. I'm guessing if you watch KevDoit and I subscribe to him, a lot of his videos will probably be in like the video suggestions bar after you watch. It's gotta be. Absolutely annihilating shit. What's that then? It's a nothing. I'm pretty sure those are the things that I dropped before. Alright, every time we get a laser gun, we're gonna prioritize picking that up. Okay, the frame rate's so much better during the day and the nighttime, sorry. You can't see me. No one can see me. I'm gonna be out of carry weight before I even get out of this place. Yep. Out of carry weight already. We're gonna have to make the long journey to a vendor after we're done here. One of the people on Discord started bringing me up during one of KevDoit's streams, and honestly, I don't think he cares, so please don't do that. It makes me look like I've got some sort of alternate account and I'm just promoting myself. Makes me look like an idiot. No thanks, I'd rather not do that. Also, the Triangles of Death are back again, so I'm glad that they've made an appearance. Here you go, Super Mutant. 3 missiles on the house. No, I said 3. There we go. Level 40 hunting rifle. You're missing out on a lot of damage. And that's not good for a hunting rifle because they don't do a lot of damage in the first place, although the DPS isn't high, so if you're missing out on X amount of damage, it's gonna suck. Bloodied fire rate. Laser Gatling with 33% more critical damage. 33% more critical damage. Really? So you didn't pull the 51, did ya? Yeah, right. That's a Super Mutant Warlord, sparking like a legendary, but... Oh, he's 1 star. Weapon, weapon, weapon. No, bad. Ew, I got a Fedora and also an Ultrasight jetpack. Okay. Well, that's new, I guess. I'm gonna sell that. You want an Ultrasight jetpack? I've got the caps. Yeah, I'll give you the plan. It's gonna cost you like 10,000 though. So be warned. Oh god, they let the Protectrons out again. Who let the Protectrons out? Who? Who? 3-star Mutant Warlord, 3-star Mutant Warlord. That is not what I wanted at all, game. How about you pull your thumb out of your ass and just drop me a bloodied fire rate thing? Why am I trying to do torso shots? Because I'm an elite sniper and I know that going for center mass is the best. Also, I don't need to do headshots when I'm getting this much damage, so you can shut up. See? Almost 900 damage, maybe a bit more. I wasn't paying attention to the explosion damage. Got a whole lot less damage on that guy, yet still killed him. I really struggle for damage, so I always go for headshots. I shot that doggo in the bum. Brutal! I'll have you know that I've done 200 tours of duty in Iraq, and I am a sniper with over 6,000 confirmed kills. $6,000. You better believe me. Look at these dumb Protectrons that died. They only died because they were dumb. That's why they died. Oh shit. Okay, instead of wasting the... What was that all about? Instead of just scrapping the unyielding stuff that I had broken, I probably just should have gave it to my low level character instead. Yes, that's probably what I should have done. Very well. I am very scared already, Super Mutant. More than Chris Kyle. I don't know who Chris Kyle is. Is he the guy from American Sniper? I've seen that film. I watched like 15 minutes of it, and it was just... I don't know. I didn't really like it, to be honest. Maybe it's because I was just really bored. It's fun when you knock their heads off because they don't scream because they're dead. Oh shit, go full auto. Go full auto. Why aren't I firing anymore? Why not fire anymore? Why you no shoot gun? Wham. American Sniper. I must be the best sniper in the world. Not even the pros of elite CSGO clans can pull that kind of stuff off. Holy shit. Did I not clear out this? I guess I didn't. You can hear the bass when the water gets thrown. Oh, okay. Apparently you can't do that anymore. We'll see about that, game. The bass. Big splashes. Which, the best place to farm legendaries. West Tech. Stealth build, which is better? Chameleon or unyielding? Chameleon. You can get away with unyielding though if you've got the agility and sneak perk to match. Which means being at like 20% health. And so begins the grand journey. Where I'm going to walk all the way from this place. Ooh, I've got 2 fedoras. Ew, why'd I have that much? There we go. Ready for a night out on the town now. I'm so sick of the vanilla body though. Please end this. Make it stop. And not to worry, we're running at a speed that is 50% faster. No, 20% faster than regular walking. So we're kind of like power walking through this. Is it worth scrapping radium rifles for mods? Yes, but good luck getting any parts out of it. Why would I need a mountain of berry mentats? One'll do. I barely ever take chems in this game. It's kind of... I don't do that ever in Fallout. Oh, they're still down? I thought they were up. Livy has beavers at her camp. I'm going to kill them all and see what happens. She'll send me another angry gif of Kim Kardashian calling someone a bitch. I don't know, Leafy Hollow. I don't know. Greed is sin, so I'm going to take their weapons and sell them. I don't know about you, but that was the most amazing display of ragdoll physics I have ever seen in my entire life. I'm gonna make them die with dignity too. So what I'll do is, there's Livy. I have a delivery for her, actually. Not on this character though. I'm gonna run away. She's coming to hunt me down. I said that I was gonna kill her beavers. Run. Okay, I can't sprint. 5 hours into modding Skyrim and getting your mod load order and the servers went down. Oh, like, are you talking about Xbox Live in its entirety? I thought okay, I didn't realize that Xbox Live completely crashed. Hey, she can sprint. I'm on a mission, alright? I'm on a mission to pillage the caps of that tight ass Protectron who gets assault rifles and says, yeah, alright, I'll only give you a handful of caps for it. And that was a screen shake of a Deathclaw. Do you know why? Do you know why I know it's a Deathclaw? Because I've been playing this fucking game for too long. Oh wait, it's a sheep squatch. My god, look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit. I'm killing everything. I'm too strong. Absolutely destroyed him. Is that a bit of his face? Yes! That's a 1-star weapon and a broadsider. I'm not going to pick that up. Do you reckon... like, there's a lot of detail going on here and I don't like it. That makes me feel very uncomfortable. I actually haven't examined these things up close before. Oh, so does anyone actually know where these things came from? No? No, I think Livy's cracked the shits with me. Okay, she's not gonna hunt me down. She's probably putting her beavers in their safe cages. Away from the mini nukes. How much do you think a Blade Drill would go for? 0 caps, because they don't exist. Yes, game, I am in nerd rage. Blade explosive minigun for it. You could probably sell that for the big 30k if you wanted to. They've increased the cap limit, haven't they? My god, look at all these people. Everyone's around here. What's happening? Why is there so many people congregating here? And also, can I nuke them? Yeah, 30k. No, I would not. I would not describe myself as thick. That's not a word I'd use to describe myself. A better adjective would be lean. No, not entirely stick. More towards stick than thick, but I've got a bit of muscle tone about me. You don't keep skinny and not muscular when you're being a roofer. That's for sure. You need to develop some muscles, otherwise you can't carry shit around. That's why I find it so fucking hilarious that people think that YouTube is the only thing I do. No, it's kind of a side gig, really. It's just kind of something that I do after work. It's just how I wind down the day. I get home, fucking boot up Fallout 76, figure out what weapon I'm going to use, get stuck on scenery, and I can't fast travel out. And the only way out is suicide. Help. Help me. It's okay, I helped myself. No! You can't do this to me! Woo! Yeah, you can get... Why do I play as females? Well, it's really quite simple. Because Fallout is a magical land that is... Fallout is a magical, wonderful land, and it is a made-up place, so I do what I want. Also, I make follower mods out of my Fallout 4 characters, and... that's kind of it, really. Who wants random dudes following around? That's gay as fuck! Okay, so apparently I was there when I died. Sure, whatever. Bro, that's fucking gay as fuck. Which is better, melee or stealth guerrilla? Interesting question. Well, you've got no range with melee, and stealth guerrilla, you'll be missing out on sneak perks because so many of your points will be into agility. For big damage, go melee. There's no secret about how strong that is. But if you want to do a little bit more in terms of range, and if you want to play solo, then stealth guerrilla is fine. The problem is with stealth guerrilla, if people rock up and start I don't know, oh fuck, these cars are already blown up. If people just rock up and then you can't get the sneak criticals, then you won't be able to do a whole lot of damage compared to other weapon types. Ask yourself this: would you rather run around the wasteland with a big sweaty guy, or would you rather run around with a goth chick in the wasteland? I think the answer is pretty fucking easy to come with. Yeah. I would advise not to hybrid those builds together, because then you'll just be... I mean, you'll have a lot of strength and agility, but then you'll have no luck, which you really need as a gunslinger, because you just use criticals and VATs to boost your damage artificially, I suppose. Well, not really artificially, but your damage potential, I guess. You boost your damage potential quite a lot. With commando rifles, that's not nearly as necessary because you've got the damage. As you can tell with these 100 damage headshots that I'm fucking chaining because I'm good. Because I can press the VATS button and click mouse button 1. That's basically how you play this game. You spam that mouse button 1. Whoops, I just took every single thing that super mutant had on him. Get into Nerd Rage. Also, if you pick up lots of dirty water like this, don't drink it because you will crash. There's Nerd Rage. Oh! I drank when I didn't crash. Okay, apparently I have to eat those words. That's lucky though. If I had eaten another one, I would have crashed. Ew, self-insert. That's how people make Mary Sue's. That's how Ray was created. They do a self-insert character that's perfect in every single way. I'm kidding. Am I going to play Gears of War 5? I'm pretty sure it's an Xbox exclusive, which means an immediate no. Oh my god, look at these fucking Minecraft shadows. That's great. Fucking pixelated Minecraft shadows. Hey, you can't have a positive experience. Take that. Headstrong, I'll take on anyone. D-U-N done. Oh shit, I'm being shot back. Take cover. Help me.
At your service, ma'am.
Okay, I'm shopping. This is like, you can't kill a person whilst they're shopping. The robots say not to. What was that? Oh, it was Sinister. Okay, I didn't shoot him, so unless he's on a team with... Livy, I think I'm fine. You can't shoot me, I'm shopping. I'm making bank, yo. Mad bank. You're just jealous because I'm making mad bank, yo. I'm still 123 caps short. Look at the pile of assault rifles he has.
At your service, ma'am.
Oh my god, look how much. That's it, Sinister. I think that fight went pretty well. Fucking hell. I gotta go back here. I'm so good at PvP. I shot him when he wasn't ready for me. I'm the best. Yeah. I'm so good at this game. I'm so fucking good. I'm such a winner. Hang on, which one was mine? Which one was your baggie? Hang on. No, this one was mine. I remember because I remember the circuitry. That's a good weapon. Well, that. How good? That'd be a. Oh, I'm gonna need these a bit later. How much do you think you would get for your 3-star legendary, 3-star ultra laser Gatling? Depends what's on it, to be honest. Oh, some of these are multiple stars. That's a mine. Oh, mine. Now to make my speedy getaway.
Who's legendaries are these? Hey, where'd you go with all those? Give me those.
I got rid of the
I'm going to the getaway car.
I will end you.
Bring it, Santa Claus. My skin's already white. White paint doesn't work on me.
Is this an orgy that I just joined into?
No, this is a grudge match between me and Sinister Hand.
Makes it even better.
I think I won. There we go.
Really, you ought to do that? Really want to steal people's loot?
Kill that maggot. I shot Livy instead. Sorry, Livy. Dog act. All right. Everybody note Night Sun. He's a scumbag. Shoot him. How could we kill this guy? Let me think. Yeah, you better run, fuckhead.
You're a pussy, boy. Come on, pussy boy. Shoot one of us. I dare you.
What is my job? I'm a roofer. That's what I do. Whose camp is this? Night Sun's camp.
Come on, shoot one of us, motherfucker. Shoot one of us, motherfucker.
You think I give break my camp?
Come on, I dare you to fucking shoot.
F.
Before you retard.
Just draw a massive penis.
Fucking spastic Asian cunts.
Ooh, Jesus. Hey, he's doing a recoil animation. Pick a lock and get wanted. Let's see. Can I shoot his turret? No.
Did I get wanted? Fuck with him?
There's no locks to pick.
Yeah, over here, waterproof eyes.
Ah, excellent.
I got it. It's fine. Just let me look. There you go. Where is this bitch plugging in? There it is. Oh, motherfucker.
I thought it's supposed to aggro them if you're on...
You're not meant to kill your own fucking teammates, retard.
It's supposed to aggro them though. Like if they witness you do it, it's supposed to aggro them. Hang on, if this guy's Chinese, I've got an idea. April 15th, 1989 to the 4th of June, 1989. Tiananmen Square Massacre.
You idiots, you don't break my camp.
Oh, he's Russian.
Idiot.
Okay, sir, he's a commie.
I won't. Okay.
Very stupid.
He's a commie. So the Chinese tactic didn't work.
Use the hand. You're fucking red for me. What?
How could we possibly kill this fucker?
Come on. We won't destroy your base if you kill us. Come on.
Could nuke the base. Just a thought. Commit Sudoku.
One of us stay behind.
Whoops, my bad. Kill me. Kill me. Ooh, nice. How could you? Get the Sandman. Fuck that fucking... Why would I want that guy with sand in his fucking vagina? No thanks. If I need to put boot to ass, I'll put this card on. Fuck him. Thanks, bruz.
There's the hands going after him at the moment.
He's gonna fucking nuke him. How good. And just put this in... Oh, that's too heavy. Okay. Okay, we didn't really solve my problem. 123 caps, that's doable. I just need to get rads. Lots of rads. I can get some by eating some of this. Well, not really that, but it's only the wood. It's the only water I have. How many Vault Raid plans have you got? Just the one. Honestly, I'm not really interested in doing the Vault Raids over and over. I've seen what the power armor looks like. I don't like it. Yeah, the Sinister Hand, he didn't join the group. I guess he missed the alert. How dog is that, though? Oh well. I'm gonna issue a hit out. I'm gonna get people to take him. I'm gonna get people to grief him, and I'll give them. I don't know. That's something you can do, right? Because there's like raider clans in this game. Like they make their little Discord raider clans, and then they just harass people. Also, I think the server might be lagging a little bit. The acid bonus. As in, like, area of effect around you acid. I guess that's what they meant by legendary power armor. Because legendary unyielding power armor would just be too overpowered. Like, no one would ever use anything else. Have Talon go grief them. Fuck no. Why would they call themselves Talon? Talon are a bunch. It's just a sausage fest of dudes. Fuck that. At least the Gunners have chicks in them. Why wouldn't you want to be like the Commonwealth Gunners instead of the sausage fest that is Talon Company? Oh yeah, I'm out of script. That's right. Oh my god. Oh ye gods, my roast is ruined. But what if? I was to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking. Ho ho ho, delightfully devilish, Seymour. Okay, please stay where you are. I need to switch characters. I'm gonna get in trouble because I'm a YouTuber. If you like Sausage Fest, then go for your life. Don't start witch hunts. Oh, it happened to me. They fucking mobilized on me. I'd imagine this shit talking will eventually get back to him, but I don't give a fuck. What's he gonna do? Mobilize the gang again? Because it takes a whole lot less time to hit the ban button than it does to actually make an account. And I will ban them without mercy. Fuck them. Like, if you're gonna act like a dickhead and I don't want to deal with it, I'll just see you out, mate. Just goodbye. See ya. Also, I've got a new toy for my gunslinger, actually. Like, at the end of the day, what's the worst thing that could happen? They leave a bunch of dislikes on my video. Well, it's all analytics. All YouTube is looking out for is when video traffic. If a video gets like super disliked bombed, that's when it will start to suppress it. But if it's only like, I think if it's still in the high 80s, you'll be right. So they'll see the they'll see the people like the video interactive, you know, people interacting with it, commenting, liking shit. Oh well. Who has more thickness, Winter or Miranda? They both have vanilla body thickness. I think Winter's a bit skinnier though. She doesn't have a lot of muscle tone because she's only got 2 base strength. My weak videos keep you alive. Is that are my videos like life support for you? Because that's kind of you've put the pressure on me. Now I have to keep going. So check this out. Bloodied fire rate 10 mil. It's shooting pretty quick. Lots of DPS. It'll get through the thing. You'd smash both of them. Cool, I guess. You should see what their Fallout 4 granddaughters look like, though. I've actually got mods that make them look better. Because I ain't using no vanilla bodies in Fallout 4. Any modder worth their salt has already moved over to a much superior thing. Whether it's fucking Atomic Body or the Caliente Enhancer. CBBE. Script dump, script done. Leafy plays Fallout 76 one-handed. Hey, he's got the skills. If he's got the skills to play the game one-handed without any particular worries, then sure. Wait, is Sinister actually in a nuke silo right now? What's happening over here? Is that still going? You kind of need to get over it, I think. By the time you're done fucking around with them, you would have wasted the materials and ammo and shit. You're shooting at them. You kind of need to let go. Call him a fuckhead and move on with your day, pretty much. One second, mate. Yeah, the script machine is all yours. See? A little bit of communication. That way you don't have to wait ages for some...
Hey,
Oh, I can hear him.
Cap, trade me. I got something I don't think you've seen before.
Look at his power armor. It's all
Looking
mix
at
and match.
miscellaneous. You ever seen that thing before at the bottom?
Viable Scotch-based DNA.
I bought it from a vendor. Yeah, it's mix and match because I'm really bored with this game.
Yeah. They're actually super easy to get. You just kill a Scorch Paste and grab it from them. You press the space bar. It's a different prompt.
Oh, no way. I paid 800 caps for that. I thought it was like a rare item.
Oh. You know how you go down to the Cranberry Bog and you'll see the little quest show up? It's like... I don't remember what it's called, but it happens to me all the time. If you go to a Scorch Beast and pick up the... You press space on it and you can pick up the viable DNA. And you got to take it to another place and then redeem it. And then you get XP. I think that event's broken right now because it activates all the time.
Very nice.
Fuck up, Night Sun.
I don't see
You got nothing on us,
team
retard.
idiots. What I first time see full team. Very happy.
Yeah, 14, at least we have friend, you commie cunt.
Oh, that's savage. You can feel the sting on that.
Hey, Knight, your mic is really breaking up and horrible. Can you, like, fix it or something or not talk?
He can't, his communism doesn't let him.
Ooh. He's the savagest most thing ever. Okay, so see you later, Gale. You got a legendary from a Firefly. Oh, congratulations, you found a level 1 Stalker's hatchet. Fuck. Hey Dingus, you're on Xbox, aren't you? Is it true that XBL is down? Like, as in dead in the ground? Also, I need to go wee-wees. I'll get back to you that on later. Gotta get loose with the Henny and the Coke. No, Xbox is running. Cool. With a fake ID. 369 girls want to drink wine. Tell the man not to waste your time. If the man broke, the man here jerk. So you gotta get loose with the Henny and the Coke. 3, 2, 1, girls want to have fun. If your man don't dance, he's done. And they gotta get a Coke with my rum. I forget the last lyrics. He lost it in a roofing accident. Fuck off. No, it's actually grown much bigger because I need testosterone to make my muscles have strength. Do you find it interesting how they don't sell testosterone supplements, but the girly hormone supplements? It's thought control. What if I was to tell you that I'm actually a woman with a really, really deep manly voice? You can't say anything. You couldn't tell me that I'm full of shit because then I could just say, well, you're phobic of this particular variety of people. So basically, check your privilege, whiteys. If I have big tits, you'd be okay with that. No, Sinister, you're not getting my nudes. Actually, you have to pay on my Patreon. There we go. I can be like every other e-thought and say, it's up on my Patreon. You have to put $20 in there, and you have to be in there for 3 months. So basically, give me 6. Is that a minigun? That is totally a minigun. Yeah, that's a minigun. Ow, the frame rate. It's bad. It's hurting my head. What the fuck? Do I not have... Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Wait, someone started this and they didn't finish it. Wait, what? Okay. Have a nice day. Oh my god, it's that turret of death. You die now. It's not even a beer, though. Give me that. Hey, you can't steal my kills. Who are you? 824. Why do you have numbers in your name? What am I supposed to call you, Number Man? Number Man. Captain Pathwater. Hey, I'm selling Winter's bathwater. What I'll do is I'll just bottle my tap water, and you can drink it, and you'll be healthy. I'll make you drink water. Very nice. So you Americans don't have to drink fucking Coke all the time because it's cheaper than water. Because I don't really know why it's cheaper than water. It's a trade legacy item. Is what's her name? Is it Belle Delphine or whatever? Is that who sells it? Is she still going? That's how you feel an imaginable amount of embarrassment for your fellow males when you see them buying fucking bathwater and drinking it and getting ill. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? You're bloodied F2F. What is that? All the buyers got herpes. Well, what's the point of them getting herpes? They've already fucking sold their dignity. I guess you can see it better if they've got herpes, though. It'll flare up in the spring and make them look like freaks. Alright, you little freaks! Well dropped guitar sword. Well dropped guitar sword. Beta males. Well, that's what they are, aren't they? I've never understood the concept of giving money to an internet model on Patreon to see photos when they can fucking post... When they post most of the shit on Reddit anyway. Like, I have a few subreddits where there's plenty of these internet models just posting photos of themselves. You don't have to pay for it, it's just there. What, you want to pay $20 to see her tits? Or how about you just fucking go on Pornhub, you can see it for free. Bundy donation, thank you. Thank you, dingus. Good. Bathwater. Fucking hell.
Here for my sweet.
Oh, I've got a lot of work to do here. Yes, I do. You have that, though. That's an extra 6 caps out of the way. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I can probably fucking pull half of these out. 56. Good amount of caps sold there. Thanks, Tia. He says, have a few bucks, you e-thought. Like, it's not the same thing, but could you imagine if I started, if I made a Fallout character and started posting photos of her on the internet, but here's a $20 paywall to see the rest of these, and guess what? You get to see some 3D model titties, which you could download CBB yourself and see for yourself, but that's different. You're not watching a... No, it's totally a different thing, but it's along the same lines, right? It's such a bizarre phenomenon. I don't know how it works. How is it profitable? How pathetic are people that they fucking buy that shit? They eat that shit up. Also, do I not have Gorilla cards on? I don't. I don't have Gorilla cards, would you believe? And despite that, it actually wasn't going too bad. I did notice the damage was lacking though, so there's that. Also, can I get... I've got one in sneak. Did somebody just kick a shopping trolley? Is that what I heard? There's Gorilla. How much is that now? 129. Well, that's a bit better. I just got a brief glimpse of 60 FPS for a second there, and it was so good. Selling used peanuts. Fuck. I'm pretty sure he killed that guy. Okay, that was an overlord. That couldn't have been a warlord because I need to hit him for at least 700 before he drops. Also, telephones have fiberglass. That guy loved his dog a little bit too much, to be honest. Ah, missile launcher. That's a big nope. Actually, shit, yeah. Gamma guns are good. I need to scrap some of those things. And a lever gun. Lever guns are very valuable, actually. Where's your Captain New bathwater? It's in the mail. You'll see it within 2 to 3 business days. That's the power of Australia Post. Reliable, fast, and also almost drowning because instant messages killed it. Poor Australia Post. They have to privatize soon, and then posting mail would be even more expensive. Charlie's Angels Beach Volleyball. I don't think you're quite ready for that yet. I think that's a little bit too hot for YouTube. A little bit too much. If you want circuitry, if you're really struggling for that, just go around and slaughter all the robots at White Springs. The sentry bots drop 5 or 6 units of circuitry per kill, I think, which adds up. There's like 5 to 8 sentry bots around the grounds if you run around for a bit. You're 13. Ugh. Why? And you seeing as you typed what you typed, your parents should probably monitor your internet better. That made a noise. Enclave Bunk has a... Yeah, they're also... Screws. Screws are a good thing. Let's talk about the bunch of screws you get from fucking Sugar Grove. Sugar Grove. Yep, Sugar Grove. All these mutants are dead. Move to the east. No, don't use soft lock on me, motherfucker. There we go. They're on Honda 50 scooters and they are mad. Yeah, they go fast. They don't stop for anything. Also, they always look perpetually grumpy too. Does it not pay them well? Is that why they're so in the hurry all the time? Or do they get paid by the fucking... Do they get paid by, like, the delivery they make? That sounds pretty bad. Alright, these little fucking things. Oh, there's a Merv launcher. Nice. That's rare, actually. Did you know that I got the radium rifle plans on all of characters that I have, except for my 5th one who wasn't created as of when I did that. Oh shit, a Radroach. God, I hope he doesn't give me bloodworms. Hey Apple, what's happening? You're younger than expected. Usually 13-year-olds aren't in my comment sections or anything. I don't think my content particularly appeals to that because I'm not like a super high energy output content creator. I don't fucking scream into the mic. Kids love that. But I don't do that because I reckon it's fake. Like if I'm talking to you like how I'd usually talk, that seems a lot more realistic, doesn't it? When did I make a gorilla character? This was ages ago, really. If you go into my playlist of my various Fallout live streams, it was called Attempting to Build a Gunslinger, which I did over a couple of weeks. Though ASMR is for older people, isn't it? It's for... basically, it's for weirdos. Plenty of weirdos watch ASMR, and I don't get it. That's quite a drop. I guess I don't call it the Savage Divide for nothing. What do firecracker berries do if you eat them raw? Fucking nothing. I think that the juice gives you extra crit damage, I think. I think the subject matter for Fallout 4 is a little bit too much for a 10-year-old to grasp. The gameplay, not so much. You'll work out in time. Like you notice things when you're older. You're a little bit more switched on. There's a little bit more than just running around shooting stuff going on. At least in terms of the story. Flaming shards, probably. Like, even if you decide to run over the berries, it kills you. It does a lot of damage. Not a whole lot of damage, but possibly it could be dangerous if you're doing a bloodied build without the serendipity perks. Can't believe I've... do a guide where to acquire all the diseases in the game. The Captain Noob spin. I could make some joke about how people like to fuck ghouls in Fallout 4. I fucking hate so much fucking Hancock fangirls. It disgusts me. Basically, ghouls are corpses and they're still walking around like they're alive. They'd smell like a corpse. They'd be all warm and gross and oily. Ugh. Bits of them would fucking fall off. His dick would fall off. I don't know why chicks are so into Hancock. He's so disgusting. He's also a drug addict, which makes him even more of a prick. As soon as I'm finished with his quests, I usually just shoot him. Yeah. Also, a lot of the guides that have been conceived of, at least for the really basic stuff, have already been done. See Inov Survivalist. She does all the guides that you'll ever need to see. And you can tell that she puts time and energy into editing her videos because the production quality is a lot higher than mine. What I just press the record button, talk shit, and use guns. She actually scripts her videos, figures out the best way to convey the information in a concise manner. One day, mark my words, one day she'll have more subscribers than me. The reason that she doesn't have more subscribers right now is because she started a lot later than I did. But she's already up to 10,000. She's only been going for about a year or seven. No, yeah, a year or two, I think. So she's going to be fucking massive. Huge. All she needs to do is just to produce content that people like. And she's found her niche. There's no one else that's doing the guides like she does. Like a lot of the bigger YouTubers. Remember JV? He did a whole lot of shit on Fallout 4 and guides on the companions and shit. Oh shit, a crab. And he got a ton of views, hundreds of thousands, on just a dumb Piper fucking video. Where basically the way he grinded the affinity was shooting dog meat and reviving him. That's fucking barbaric. How could you do that? But yeah. Since he decided to pull the plug on Fallout 76 because he thought the game was bad, along with a lot of the other YouTubers of that sort of realm, a lot of the big ones have survived though. Juicehead, Oxhorn, those two, they're still around. Although Juicehead basically is a newsreader, he doesn't really offer a whole lot other than his opinion, which is, well, considering how much he plays the game, I don't value all that much. But a lot of people do get a good amount of information. And a lot of people who can't be actually bothered reading the inside the vaults or following the news themselves get a lot out of his videos. So yeah, he's picked up a good niche. Oh, really? So Oxhorn slowed down. He must be... I don't know, maybe there's a bit of fatigue going on, because if Oxhorn's getting fucking sick of this game, I know I am. I just vent my frustrations and complain all the time, and that... Speaking of complaining, I'm about to get dropped from this server. Morning. Oh yeah, Kev DeWitt and Rifle Gaming. Rifle Gaming's good. He does a lot of good stuff, and it's working for him. Even if you don't personally like the content that they're producing, you know it's good because it's got a huge following. Obviously, nuking random areas is a good niche because no one's gonna fucking bother to do that. There's nothing really to be discovered. There might be a few notable things here and there, but there's gonna be nothing like White Springs or Fissure Site Prime for nuking. Okay, I'm just bailing. This server's fucked. Rooted. I used to snub Kev DeWitt a little bit about his builds and how his OP builds take many bullets, but I don't really give a shit anymore. His main thing is basically humor, and he edits his videos to an extent where it's actually a lot more entertaining than the gameplay itself, and that's why people like it. Nope, I have never played them. I haven't played with them. I think Rifle Gaming is on Xbox, I think. Yeah, it's a joke, obviously. Ascrael. I've heard of him before. There will be a lot of... fuck, I'm all the way up here now. That's annoying. There will be a lot of Fallout 76 content coming out when Wastelanders drops, because for some reason people think that NPCs being in the game will just be a magical experience that will fix all of the game's problems, but it won't. The game as a whole will still be plenty buggy and annoying to play. That's why I was so curious. I thought, I wonder what people who actually play the game think, and I found out that most of the people, 76% of the people that at least answered the question was like, no, we actually want the game to be fixed before we get carried away with new content. So it'll only last for a little bit longer. And chances are, if it's Bethesda doing this stuff, if it's the Fallout 4 team that's doing this stuff, well, I'm gonna wager that it's gonna have something to do with quests of the Radiant variety. Go here and kill these guys and come back, basically. Well, I think... I'm not sure about when the last patch landed, but they've had a full month between patch 12 and 13, so... And they mentioned how they were going to fix, what's it called? Energy guns and armor penetration, so that's something. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, I saw that. There's a couple of new weapons that they're adding. I don't know. I've got a feeling that it is going to be garbage, to be honest. Absolute trash. The mighty ghouls can take out super mutants very easily. I find it kind of weird how the ghouls decided to stop hitting the super mutants as soon as I was around, despite them being detected. Just kind of forgot about them, I guess. Also, I wish they'd stop doing this. Last thing I want to see is a bunch of fucking super mutant balls. Okay, if the amount of shit that I have on me, whoops, doesn't fill out my caps to the maximum, I'm going to be very surprised. They were supposed to roll back some of the TSA shotgun nerf, but nerf them further? Wait, what? I'm gonna need a source on that. That's hard to believe. That's my blade explosive shotgun, Sinister. And don't you forget it, young man. Do you sell the guns I review? Sometimes. No one really asks for it, though. And a lot of the really good stuff I don't want to sell anyways, so... Oh well. The game needs just to be put out of its misery. It's been on palliative life support for ages. The problem is, though, if I try to go back and do Fallout 4 content, people seem to have more interest in this game because Fallout 76 stuff gets way more views. And I tried doing XCOM and I got less than 20 for the most part in views for those streams, which kind of sucked. That's what happens when you try to go out of the game series that you originally built yourself on. No one's going to give a shit. Will I play the Borderlands 3? Yeah, maybe. I've been hearing a lot of shit about it, though. Just a lot of dodgy shit that's happened. Like, I wasn't particularly happy about... Fuck off, RoboBrain. I wasn't happy with how they treated that YouTuber guy who got fucking... He got harassed by dudes in suits. Even though he probably was doing something pretty fucking serious for them to actually respond with that kind of behavior, I guess. Ooh, it's a Gauss rifle too. That's actually worth tons. 583. Yeah, that'll get me across the line. Yeah. Oh, of course I'm going to do Outer Worlds. That's going to be good. It depends how easy the game is to gather stuff for, because if I want to keep my daily Fallout 76 videos going, I can't be playing them for extended periods of time. So if there's mods that actually just give you all the stuff that you need, now that would be interesting. I don't even know what it's going to be like, to be honest. Whether interesting gunplay mechanics are going to be a part of it, not sure. Am I going to die if I drink this? No, I'm not. Good. Do I have friends? Yes, I do. That giant Wendigo looking creature. Yeah. Maybe. Something's angry at me. Oh, it's just a rat. Okay. Tanky ass motherfucking rats. Add aliens, not just a Flatwoods monster. Let's have mutons in this game. Super mutant reskin mutons. Floaters. Now that'd be fun. Flying enemies that don't suck. Actually, it'd probably just be fucking... There'd probably just be iBot AI controlling them, actually. You'd expect that, wouldn't you? 30 hull damage. Goons come ready to shoot you down. Who? Goons. Oh no, somebody opened the plant. If they're ever closed like that, it's usually because an enemy walks past them, which they open up and then close and they don't open again. You gotta find the plants that are actually outside of the bounds of where AIs roam.
Hi there, citizen. Super Duper Mart is where you will find amazing deals on the finest foods. Super Duper Mart is the best place for super duper deals. Welcome. Hello. Please see our helpful automated staff.
We're in the money.
Welcome to Super Duper Mart.
Keep the rifle. Okay, I'm gonna have to farm yet even more. Even more super mutants. 254, we're not too far away. 245, getting closer. Don't need that, or that. I can't believe they've taken those glues that were sitting there. How could they? How to fix Fallout 76 in 3 easy steps. Number 1, private servers. Number 2, modding. Number 3, probably Wastelanders, I guess. Give us something to do other than just shoot things, because people kind of get bored of that. I got nothing. What's this? Oh. From the gamma gun. Free ammo. Alright, goodbye, Leafy. Hey, I keep the chems around, so if I ever do a junkies weapon, I can just jam all the chems into me and do it basically. And do it. Is this Radstorm weather? Yeah, everything's going green. And then the rain goes away, or is it acid rain? It might be acid rain. You never know. It always baffles me when there's a level 1 crab fucking around here. That DPS though. How many fusion cores is too many? When it starts weighing you down. Probably 5 is good enough if you don't have batteries included. Like to make a character skin that look like me. So is a tank top, shorts, and Dunlop volleys. You know, the only time where I ever wear Dunlop volleys is when it's raining, when I'm on the roof. They grip. They grip on a wet roof like you wouldn't believe. It's impossible. I don't understand why. It just works. So the only time where I've bought a pair of volleys is for working. And I'm really glad, because if I don't like wearing volleys. They make me look tacky. Okay, so if I was let's see. Let's make a mod version of me, cuz let's see what I'm wearing now. Let's see. Socks and sandals, check. Cargo shorts, check. Fedora, check. Trench coat, check. Yep. We need those to come into Fallout 76 so I can look like me. So I can see fair maidens as female characters and tip my fedora. I'll also need a tipping fedora emote. It goes under hello. Perfect. Hey, Brown Sofa, what's happening? This is one of the first streams of Fallout 76 I've done in a while, because I kind of cracked the shits with this game. Still am. Still mad at it. But whatever. We can't expect a $60 experience out of a $300 game now, can we? Just kidding. My YouTube revenue has covered the game sevenfold. And I'll actually make use out of the weapons that I got. Like the replicas, I'm going to do something. Idle animation. Will I ever show myself on camera? No. Nah. Unless I reach an obscenely high YouTube milestone, which I'll use people to bait for subscribers, so they all may unsubscribe from me when they see my hideous, hideous mug. I deserve a new laptop. I could buy one. I've got enough G's in the bank, yo. It's nice in here because I'm getting 60 in here. It's good. The problem is everything's already dead, so whoops. And I would have just reset the timer as well. Ah, well. Fuck no, I'm not buying a desktop. I know it's better for upgrades, but I am the future. Came out with 300 FPS. Okay. That's pretty cool, I guess. Look at that knee. Look how broken the knee joints are on vanilla body. That's why I changed them. It looks horrible. Also, you can see in the T-posing that the vanilla body models aren't supposed to put their arms up above their head. So whenever that does happen, some really weird mesh fuckery happens. Wait, what am I doing there? I don't need that. But I don't want a built computer. I've already got the best computer in the world. I interviewed one person, which was me, and I concluded that it was indeed the best computer in the world. Okay, so we're almost done with this particular character of maxed out script and caps. We'll probably be moving on to my support character next, which I'll dump all of the stuff I already have on me in the bin, in the special pro gamer move spot, and then we can move on. These ghouls are dead though, so Don't know exactly where else to get stuff. I think everything's kind of cleared out for now. That forklift. That guy just left their suit of exo fucking Minecraft just sitting there. And whoever was here didn't pick up the free screws or duct tape, which makes me think that they might be a little bit on the scrubby side. Or that. Those are all prime loots and you missed them. I can hear them. There they are. I'm gonna scare the shit out of them. Freeze, FBI. A4XR67. XR6. Here's a Ford Falcon. Imagine overclocking you could do with an LS swapped PC. Fuck yeah. That'd be sick. Oh, frame rate's bad. Better put down the accelerator. Mang, mang, mang. There should be another script sale soon. Good, because I've missed out on the 2 so far. It needs to mang like a VL Commodore when you rev it up. I want to get 3600 FPS so the game can be as crystal smooth. Actually, I don't think my monitor supports that. I think the highest my monitor supports is 144. Oh shit, ghouls. Well, with those chems that ghoul just dropped, I think I can fill out the rest of my things. I can't remember where I got this bloodied faster fire rate pistol from. No, it was from Chiz. She gave it to me. I paid her 10,100 caps for it, and also I paid a couple of more caps for that horrible aim. Those... Okay, the frame rate's bad in here. Oi. Oh, I died. That's really annoying, actually. Let's bait some PvP, shall we? Don't mind me. How am I fucking getting killed instantly? Are you fucking shitting me? How? How am I getting killed instantly? Oh, it's because radworms. That makes sense. These fucking goo piles. He tried taking my shit. No, or maybe he was just looking at a dead ghoul. Too slow. Oh no, you've chosen a weapon which has a slow reload. You also don't have it automatic, so you can't make use of ground pounder. That's your own fault. Solid. They didn't buff ghouls, did they? They did not. They did not! I think I just got killed because I got hit multiple times, but I couldn't perceive it because my frame rate was too low. Made it feel cheap, and now some fucker has ruined some spawns there. Even better. Gentle fucking potato. Running off 5 hours today, I'm getting a full 7 tonight. At least you're not as dumb as gentle fucking tomato. It's easy to sneak against ghouls. It's just that my frame rate was shit. One day I'll fucking figure out how to put Captain Bridget's face on his character. so much trouble. I might just update all of the faces if we get mod support, because I know the face textures I'll use to replace them. No, we've already been here.
May I be of assistance?
Hang on a second. Did I pick up a golf outfit? That's 24 caps. Now it's got to sell one more thing for 4 caps.
Protect.
Who would have known those berries would become useful? Alright. I don't know if Livy's watching, but she needs to stay right where she is. Otherwise, this plan will go bad. Very bad indeed. For the good of mankind, Daigul. Diagonally. Actually, I need you to guard this school. Actually, you can open doors anyway, can't you? Okay, if Livy isn't staying on this server, we can join Narf. Let's put all of the useless pieces of crap in there for selling for scrap. Let's check. Told you ghouls could open doors. Mad bastards. I don't think anyone's around me. I was about to say, and then the game crashed. It did not. You're up, Harley. Two hours of sleep a night. Ah, world is full. You're gonna have to make someone rage quit. Well, I guess we're sitting in this menu for a bit. Cock. Okay. Let me just tell you the script that I would have got. I saw two 2-star bits of armor, that's 18. A 3-star bit, that's 24. Add those together, let's see, 32, 52 script right there. Hey, buddy Jackson. Esk Tiger, here's your shout out. Yeah, I didn't join Liv, I joined Narf, who was in the same server. I'll join Liv. See? Same shit, different smell. Hey, Jax. Hang on, Jax. Is that an anime thing I see? You've slept through Artillery and Mortifier. That's metal as fuck. YouTube versus Inventor. Hey, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a roofer. You gonna do another single action revolver? I know you love doing it. Well, love would not be the thing that I decided to describe it with. I'm kidding, Jax. I've got a very strong anti-anime stance on Discord. So, just beware. If you decide to join mine, we don't allow anime. And guess what? My admins back me up on that too. They don't say, quit being a baby. They say, yep, you're right, mate. That was going to be the thumbnail for the stream, but I chose loss instead. Go YouTube full-time? Fuck no. TSC, leave a single action. No, I've got a TSC as well. But thanks for your offer. Speak of the manager, there she is. BRB Cat's on fire. She sends people to the naughty corner if they're bad. You don't want to go there. If I went YouTube full-time, I'd lose my current income, my dignity too. Your dignity, your being. No, I replied to your comments before. Surely I did. I know I did. I could have sworn there was more. Maybe there wasn't. Hey, Darth Vader. No, the stream is not broken. Likely, hang on a second. Likely what's happened is my internet has just gone down. What have I got in my hands right now? Oh, it's a medic's lever gun. Nath has something. Oh, that's power armor. Ah. Very nice. Thanks, bruz.
No problem. Hey, have you done a Furious Explosive Lever yet?
Nope. I haven't.
You want one for a video?
Sure, but come back to me when I'm on a different character, I think. I'm really over capacity on this one.
Yeah, no worries. Probably winter.
At your service, ma'am.
Shut up. Fucking robot. You can have this fedora. There you go. What's the worst weapon I've showcased? Probably the broadsiders. They were pretty bad. Speaking of broadsiders.
At your service, sir.
That reminds me, I've got so many. Did it send 5 this time? Almost died when you died of hypothermia doing your first one. Yikes, that's scary. Thank you for the super chat, Dingus. Dingus Balingus. I got a Blade Death Tambo. That's pretty cool. I've also got one of those. Got one of those. A bunch of shit in here, actually. Including that, which I probably don't want. That is definitely going to be for a gunslinger. Instigating swing speed Assaultron blade. Hell yeah. Instigating explosive thing. Lots of things and exciting things in here. Okay, I think we can afford to lose a few here. So, faster reload. Yeah, okay. That's a lot of medic subs I've got. Well, there's medics handmaids I've got as well. Also, I think it's a medic's explosive thing, and also a Tesla rifle. That shot's doing more damage versus 15% faster reload versus damage resistance whilst aiming. Probably the reload speed. That's there for fired thing. Medic's Gauss rifle, another medic's handmade, another medic's handmade. Oh, dear me. Okay, medic's explosive shotgun. Might use that on my strength build sometime. Mutants. Plus 10% more damage. Yeah, no, that's gotta go. Suppresses explosive thing. Yeah, what a weapon. Oh, vampire's laser gun. With fire rate and another one. Wow, there's a lot of stuff on this character, apparently. Well then, get rid of that. What was that other thing? Oh yeah, that one, which I currently can't sell now. Alright, this time you can remain in here for now, alright? Also, look at that bulk ammo scraplet I've got. I've got 6 of that. And also 6 volt steel. That's pretty cool, I guess. That's a good. Now, I'm pretty sure I've got a medic's handmade with faster fire rate in here, don't I? Not that one. That's the one. Okay. Okay, I can probably use some 45s. I've got a fixer, don't I? Yes, I do. I might just use the fixer for this because I'm kind of running out of space, and I've still got that. That's just been sitting in my inventory for ages. Now, ideally, I'd like a longer barrel on this, but whatever. Actually, I might be able to make one. We'll see. Go back to camp first. Also, yeah, I'm gonna give the bloodied fire rate minigun back to Livy. She just rocked up with the other character. Stealth sniper builds are good, but they're too slow. So slow. I wonder how many mods have actually unlocked for this. Okay, cool. Aligned, perforating, go stabilized. We'll go forceful. Bit hungry, am I? Not to worry, I just received a mission which may lubricate the matter. Is that another role player in my thread? So here's what's gonna happen. Probably if I ever get a bloodied explosive, bloodied fire rate handmade, I'm probably going to give the bloodied crit damage over to this character, so if I'm not in a medic's team and I don't have to heal everything, I'll just switch over to that so I can do more damage. Perfect. Where do I cook things? Do I have a stove? Yes, I do. Got a TSC handmade from the purveyor. This isn't the stove. That's better. See you, Sinister. I don't know what to do with these chicken thighs either, so I might just drop them. I'm guessing you make chicken noodle soup, but I don't have the rest of the ingredients to actually do anything with that. Ooh, I am down on the purified water as well. Dedicated food build character named Dave. Okay. Hang on, is this stock green as well? Yeah, slightly. Gib legendaries. Is it like Dave Mustaine, Dave? Is that what it is? Pfft, okay. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't give it a suppressor. Or optics. There's no optics for it either. No muzzles, no optics. Feels unfinished. You put a weird barrel on it though. Wait, why are you so injured? I might have shot him before, but then forgot about it because I've got a memory span of a fucking goldfish. Dead. Ow. Scattered laser rifle, eh? Drills and chainsaws added to the loot rolls. They need to be pulled from the legendary loot rolls, that's for sure. They need some meta-defying stuff to actually make it a little bit more interesting, because bladed fire rate and bladed explosive, bladed swing speed, bladed power attack damage is the meta right now. It's the easiest, best way to do a lot of damage. Why am I standing on the water when I can just stand over, like, there, where the rads are? And now we wait. Limb damage. That's boring. Watch the strength go up. Swing speed, mutants, agility, bone club. Might be worth taking a look. Oh, yes, I'm out of this. Fucking ballistic gutsies, that's what they're like. They're so strong. And bladed power attack bone club. Oh, that's going to be strong. Really strong. Who's down there? Oh, it's just a ghoul. I missed so badly that I hit this car. It's going to explode. Great. Kablooms. There it goes. You cannot hide from me, you commie maggot! Got me more excited for patch 13 than Wastelanders. Anti-armor power attack bone club. I can't believe I made some good jokes in the non-legendary bone club video that went over people's heads. You prefer high health builds? Yeah. Well, not being killed just because a ballistic gutsy started shooting at you and hits you twice or once. It's a good thing. Actually, I think that the chainsaws are the weapons to have versus ghouls. Because they don't block. As soon as you get an enemy that blocks you, you're kind of fucked, because the chainsaw bounces right off for some reason. This is not much the case with Rippers or Mr. Handy Buzzblades, but for some reason chainsaws, they like to block those. I'm guessing it's because it's... I don't know, they just kind of added these weapons and didn't do a lot with them. Not really fleshed out, to be honest. Ah, fuck it, just a feral ghoul. Hey, there, Ms. Tracy. Where's she? Does she play on console? Get her on PC, so we can get her out there. You need to convince her to get on PC. Jump on the master race. I can't believe these aren't legendary. This game is so broken, it's giving me no legendary spawns. Hang on, did I drop my bulk ammo scrap? No, I didn't. That's good. Oh, Xbox. Ruined. No good. Can't possibly collab with her if she's on Xbox. Actually, Tia. Tia can probably do something. Bang, you're dead. Oh, she just ended her stream. Fair enough. What was that guy doing with a plasma grenade between his legs? Yeah, I've heard people have had their inventories wiped due to the raids going bad. So that's another reason why I've sort of steered clear from it. Because even if it is people making up these bugs... That's the wrong corpse. Well, I'm not gonna... I don't want to take a chance on something that could actually be true, you know? There's a lot of stuff that I stand to lose. Am I going to launch a nuke? Probably could, to be honest. I don't think I'd nuke White Springs, though. Probably do... Actually, hang on. How far is my... I might continue to level up my, my 5th character. And we might get a nuke off with that particular one. Just need a nuclear keycard, actually. Because I can just go on the Reddits to find out what's actually there. Do you want to see a goo pile? Not really. That's what sucks about nuking White Springs, though. You get all these guys with these fucking legacy energy weapons. Fucking goo pile everything. It's like, well, what's the fucking point? I remember I nuked White Springs this one time. I got fucking nothing from it. I was like, well, what's the fucking point? It's like, nah, I'm not doing this. Goodbye. Bad idea. It's just a player magnet, and people come in and steal all of the spawns that you work so hard to obtain. Alright, see you later, Soul. Fuck nuking the golf club. It's a whole lot of effort for not a whole lot of reward. There's not a whole lot of flux on offer either. Stop telling me what to do! That guy's still in there. He must be struggling. Also, I've only got 40 odd space. Okay. I need to do something about this, actually. I like how his head just floats down like nothing. Okay, if I can clear some lead out, if I clear the lead out of the thing, I'll be alright. Alright, see you later, SC. Store my junk, what's what I'm going to. Shotguns get very, very little use out of anything. Not even nuclear winter. They had to up the pump action's fire rate just so I could compete. But even then, you're not really engaging at places that are really close quarters enough, so you get gunned down all the time. This is the wrong thing. We got lead. So we just had a pile of it. It's like, you want it? I was like, yeah, okay. And then, boof, there it was. That's a lot of ultrasite diffusion cells. It didn't really do much. Actually, it did a little bit. Question is, did I open up those things? I reckon I might have. Basically, a whole lot of steel is holding me back to having a proper weight thing. I'm just gonna jump servers, I think. That guy's been in there for way too long. I wonder what he's actually trying to do. Disconnected from the server. Sure. No, they didn't nerf explosive lasers. Why does a TS8 pump action have bad accuracy? Because it adds all of the base spread onto the spread that's already there. So you end up having the bullets spread widely, so you're gonna need skeet shooter, and a long barrel also helps too. True long barrel and true stock. That's what you want. Skeet shooter as well. That's a definite need. You need that. Medic's VATS damaged dragon. Probably would just script it anyway, dude. The dragon is not a good weapon for a medic's playstyle because, I mean, for a one-shot kill, that's fine, but you need a crit to get there, and if you want to build a crit with that weapon, it's going to take you till fucking Tuesday. And there's another instance of free range. Give me low-level mutants, will ya? I must have pulled serendipity. No, I didn't. Huh. Okay. Well, I must have not chucked on Super Duper. Which is bad, because I probably missed out on a bit of ammo. But oh well. Commando. Okay, cool. Probably pull bodyguards, to be honest. I'm alone right now. Suppressor, rad sponge, don't need that. Can't use that. Let's figure out what we can use. Tenderizer. Hey! Can't assume my gender. Were you just staring at me through the wall like some sort of brain-dead zombie? I expect that out of a ghoul, not a super mutant. A suppressed snappy pump action. Let's see what we get. A moving ammo smith. How wonderful. Oops. What exactly could I possibly put in this? Hard bargain, I guess. Not playing melee. That's okay, I guess. Bloodsucker. Roleplay as a vampires. I could do animal friend, but nah. What's the point? I mean, I haven't tried it before, so maybe. Let's see. I want an insect one. I want a rad scorpion at my house. It's my combat medic build. So you have to aim at it, or is there a prompt? Ah, he's friendly now. I guess this one didn't work. Oh, I didn't even try that one. Aha, he's friendly too. You didn't get pacified, so you can die. Now, what does that mean? What's your deal now? Are you going to go to my base? What happens if I put my weapon away? He doesn't attack me. Well, there you go. I've got a little fucking monster. Oh, he also doesn't give me passive rads anymore. Good for him. Tameable pets have to be from random events. Oh, you little bastard. Hope he didn't say that. While he lives to fly another day. Do you get it? Hey, there's a nuked White Springs down there. Oh, he's mad again. What you're about to see is going to make the game crash. Oh, you can't faster everyone's putting on power armor. Okay, well at least they thought about that. And I'm not over capacity. Yay for me. A lot of people have the escape artist thing now. Offering refunds of Fallout 76 and 15,000 items to YouTubers. Only do you wish to... What? Oh, wait, it's just a role player. No, Bethesda, you can go get fucked. Also, you can do better than that. That's pathetic. Tips for leveling up faster. Kill everything. All things that you see. Shoot it. Go to high level places, clear them out. Rinse and repeat. It's not rocket science. You see these ghouls? They offer a fairly decent amount of XP. Less than I thought. Probably because, What I get? Radworms? No, the glowing pustules. That's annoying. That's definitely a must for this area. Shot 20 times, hit 5 bullets. Oh, I can pacify them? Oh, I tried to. I really don't know whether it worked or not. I remember there was a glitch that made radworms give you heaps more damage with TSC, or rather adrenaline, so you could get like plus 90% damage. That was fun. I'm too quick for you, super mutants. Wait a second, these aren't super mutants. Not really looking for levels, I'm looking for legendaries, game. Please provide. The only reason why I came in here is, oh, there's one. Not legendary though. He got devoured by the stairs. I won't question that. Who else is around here? Oh god, I hope he hasn't gone through the tennis club or the golf club. Absolutely nothing going on there. How's it going? Not too bad. I don't know if this pacify perk works against ghouls. That fucker's eating out of the toilet. I don't want to pacify a shit-eating ghoul. It might have worked though, seeing as that thing came up. Holy shit, I'm going to die. That's what happens when you lose your ability to... When you lose your thing. Also, high rad fluids, yay. That's actually worth a tiny bit. Do you reckon the game's figured out that I've already got fucking shitloads of legendaries today, isn't giving me anything anymore? Hey, you can't farm 150 script across 5 characters. That's too fast. No, never mind, there's one. It'll be a 1-star thing, you mark my words. Oh, 2-star. Well, it's better than shooting a stick with pumpkin. Don't you fucking dare, maggot. I don't know how this is going to go. Oh shit, there they are. They're so hard to track when they're just teleporting and jumping around like that. Have mercy, I've got no AP left. Aha, right. Fuck, this game makes me fucking mad. Pacify, darn you. Pacify. It doesn't work. If only I was using winter right now. That would be good. Are they chasing that guy around? He's got a fucking horde of ghouls following him. I did not fucking press the jetpack button, game. Fuck you. I'm just jumping and it's immediately activating the jetpack. I'm fucking losing all of my AP. What the fuck? Oh, fuck this game. This fucking game. Now, since I can't... Well, I can't spawn in nuked areas anyway, but since I was over capacity, I'm all the fucking way back here. God, that pisses me off. And that was pretty worthless anyway. Alright, if I jump now, what happens? Okay, so now I'm not activating my jetpack. But for some reason, before I died, I was. There it is! I shouldn't be activating my jetpack like that. Unless that's what it's supposed to do, but then I'm just floating. This is fucking broken. I can't believe this shit. That's so fucking annoying. The server is fucking garbage. It's every fucking nuke. Maybe it doesn't happen in first person. This might even be a new bug that's been sitting there dormant for ages. No, it's still going. I know why it's happening, because the game doesn't think I'm actually on the ground when I jump again. So when I do go to jump again, it just takes all my AP and says, fuck you. You've got no fucking way to shoot these ghouls. I don't think there's a lot on this server. The problem is, the server I was on before was running fucking fine. And then I just completely disconnected from it. Like, I just came up out of fucking nowhere. So, that's how I've lost all of these spawns. Oh, they're still around, are they? They're still there, what the fuck? Gotta pick them off one by one. Immediately in danger, because why not? Grim Reaper's sprint saved me. Fuck. I should have known something was up when I saw a nuked White Springs and nobody was around it. That's definitely dodgy. Also hurts very much so not to have concentrated fire at these ranges. This is without a doubt one of the most stingy servers I've been on for a while. I'm getting nothing for this. I think that ghoul's out of range too. Like literally out of range of the weapon. What happened, if I press the space bar, the jetpack goes up. Hold on, mate, I'm coming. Yeah, I gotta go from this server, it's garbage. Gonna wait a bit in case it decides to drop me into that cursed server again. That should be enough. Can't believe how stingy that server was though. How many fucking things did I kill for nothing? That's garbage. Terrible. No good. I've got 142 people watching me right now. My goodness. If anyone from Bethesda is watching, I'd like these bugs to be fixed, please. Like tomorrow. Get to it. The consumer is always right. And if you piss us off, we'll make hour-long YouTube videos talking about how much we hate Fallout 76 and getting millions of views. Are you shitting me? Ah, shit. Here we go again. Fuck. Well, we're here. This might even be the only Australian server left in the entire world. Actually, let's see if that power armor thing... Ooh, I'm invisible. Oh, we can jump. Ah, there it is again. I know it's the same server, chill out. But if I've left the server, I got a feeling I might... Please don't do that, Bethesda. I'm gonna at least just spawn right outside the place. Well, something's annoyed at me at least. Hell yeah, you get that fucking 20 round mag dump. Hell yeah, fusion core time. What ghouls even doing with fusion cores anyway? They don't need them. Oh, so I'm not reloading as fast as I should. Maybe I was. Ever play Battlefront 2, as in like the original one? No, I didn't want my fucking fusion cores either, game. You just waste all of my power. I'm boosting. I will never stop boosting. Now I just wait for the glowing pustules to go away. There we go. Goodbye, shit server. Nope. Never played it. Actually, I have played it, but split screen. Because we got it on PS4 and we did split screen once just to see what it was like. And it's kind of bad. I don't really like it. Was the nuke worth it? It wasn't my nuke. And whoever nuked it is probably long fucking gone out of that shit server. Completely busted the place. I've got an idea. What's the time right now? 4:23. We're in Hardcoreville now. And we're basically going to get one-shotted if we see anybody, so whee! The only thing I hear in here is actually a Wendigo. Oh! Oh, wait, they're just... Fucking hell. That's bad. They were invisible. I loaded in too fucking quick. Jesus Christ. How about a build with no stealth at all? Not good. If you're in this server, I'd like a free ride over there. No? Okay, I'm gonna run out of here before I get fucking wrecked. Uh-oh. Well, at least if I do start getting shot at, I'm not taking any chances. No chances at all. Fucking regular feral ghouls. Ravers, stalkers, withereds. That's not what I want at all. What am I using? It's a fixer. It's that unique combat rifle you can get. Also, concentrated fire can come back now. I could have killed that guy quicker if I had the right perks on, but we got him. You can see why that is a good weapon, because, well, you just fucking annihilate everything. If you're sneaking, at least. And I don't have radworms anymore, and no one's taken my shit. Even better. Right, I need to be quick. I need to be real quick. Oh, everything in here is low level. Except for that one. Gimme, 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 gimme. Please be a 3-star. Fuck you. At least I killed the thing that I sought out to kill before I got wrecked myself. Shit spawns to be off it, to be honest. How do I feel about the chameleon mutation? Pretty fucking worthless, to be honest. Nobody wants to see that shit. Oh, get it? See that shit? I could have probably looted the dude that I killed supplies, but 12 caps is enough. 12 caps is a little bit. You took it. It's better with chameleon armor. Sometimes, I mean, in Nuclear Winter, if you got chameleon mutation, you can kind of sit there in an infinite stealth field and just wait for everyone else to kill each other, which is fun. Here we go. Goo piles all around. More goo piles. The mark of the scrub. Killed him. I guess Nuclear Winter isn't very fun because no one fucking plays it anymore, at least in my region. They must think it's pretty bad. Suddenly, ghouls. Fuck off, Mr. Prizebot. If you block me, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. Oh look, I've got radworms again. It's 3-star. Give me something good. It's an exterminator's head. 2-star. That, you know what, I'll accept that. Fine. Gotta be below me. Could it be another Wendigo, perhaps? No, it's a fat ass. Killed a bunch of you already, mate. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was Bethesda, seeing as how incompetent they are at actually making the game better. Oh, dab. Nice pile of rubbish. That's where Mr. Prizebot died. He died. Okay, here's how you spell sincere. Sincii. I think it's C as in C. No, it's obviously Sinseer, like that guy who gets trolled all the time. I think it's sincere, Sinseer. Or is that how you typed it? No, Sear. Sincere. Fuck it. Do I even know? Probably not. I feel like I'd know if I'd write it down, because then I've got the visual reminder. Shit, you know what'd be alright? Fucking uranium fever. Where's that? Sincere, that's it. I knew it was Cere. Do you remember Sincere? The guy who gets trolled all the time and reports all of these players for harassment. He's bad. Someone who thinks he's... what's it called? Good? Like on the scale of D&D, he thinks he's in the good, but I reckon he's kind of in the bad because he just fucking whistleblows all the time. Is that what the thing is, when you just accuse people of doing shit? Don't like him. People seem just to piss him off because they'll know that they'll get on fucking YouTube because he records people harassing him and just posts it. It's like, hey, look at me, I'm famous, I'm on YouTube. I wonder if Ducky got bored of harassing that Russian guy. Some say they're still going today. Bit of a prick though, didn't like him very much. And then the game crashed. Hard crash too. Really big crash. Kablooms! Shut up. I'm gonna mute you. One of the things I really fucking hate in this game is that people fucking roleplay. They roleplay as things. Like, people like Todd Howard, and then they break character and start acting like a fucking idiot. It always happens. Hopefully, since we've rebooted the game won't keep track of how many legendaries that I've been scripting. Todd Howard Scorched mod. Well, I'd start modding my game, but then Bethesda would ban me. Because if I start replacing Todd Howard, or the Scorched with Todd Howard, that means I'm obviously hacking and giving myself an unfair advantage over other players. Which some mods do, yes. No, Ducky's fine. Ducky's been in the Discord server for ages. He's always putting in... He's always interacting, keeping it active. He's a good bloke. He's also got a fierce temper on him too. He likes to sling those insults. I have to hold my tongue a bit because I've got a YouTube following and I can't start doing that because my bad behavior will catch up to me somehow. Okay, I got a bunch of crap to scrap. I will not ever go to America. Get shot. That's what'll happen. I'll get shot. Instead of getting into a good old-fashioned fist fight, they'll fucking storm away, come back with a gun and shoot you instead. Everybody, that's the looping minigun bug. It's still here. Still in the game. After they fixed it. I mean, it's either that or the sentry bot's pulling up a ripper drum solo. Also, you can't say anything to Americans because they get offended. They can't take the banter. Okay, so Wasteland Whisperer is doing fuck all. So I'll chuck that on instead. And that one. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, cool. Now I can fucking put some shit in there though. Oh, there's... No, I've been playing Fallout 4. I've done a couple of weapon videos. Didn't you see them? Alright, 2 more 1-star armor bits will get us over the line for this character, and a few more 100 caps. Speaking of caps, I kind of need those, so got an idea. Construction worker bands are the best. Are there any notable Fallout 76 streamers on YouTube? Are they all on Xbox and PC? Ah, PS4s. Let me think. I don't think there's much. A lot of people seem to go to the Xbox side of things if they're playing on console, which is strange. Because I know Many a True Nerd has an Xbox and he played Fallout 76 on the Xbox. Probably because he's a weirdo and he likes the Xbox controller better. That asymmetrical Fisher-Price abortion. No thanks, I've actually got fucking taste. Oh yeah, fucking Sandman, Rage Chronicles, duh. Can't believe I forgot about those guys. Yeah, they do it, and they're focused on PvP mostly. So if you like that kind of gameplay, then fucking off you go. It's not what I wanted at all, game. Hey, hang on. Is Leader of the Pack on? No, it's not. Just word to the wise though. Don't call out Sandman for his pathetic PvP etiquette because he will come down on you. He will absolutely try to fucking destroy you. So kind of just smile and nod at everything he says and you'll be fine. Just go, yep, hey, there's got a tracker for the legendary now. That's interesting. So much for a fucking horde. There was like 2 dudes there. It's too much. Too many stars. Hang on, who's over there? Okay, just some level fucking low level dudes. Who's Eddie Cat? He sounds better already. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna look him up. Eddie Cat. Oh, hang on. It's my browser's doing a thing where it's not gonna fucking load a goddamn thing. Okay, I'll go Internet Explorer. The fucking spawn of Satan gives me MSM. Fuck off. I don't care. I'm not using this thing ever. Eddie Cat. Fallout 76. None of my cookies are here, so it's not going to immediately give me... I can't find him. If he's not on the first page of Google search, then he doesn't exist. Edict. Oh. Edict. I thought it was supposed to be like a play on words, like etiquette. But it was edict. Okay. Let me try that one, eh? I've alt-tabbed. I should probably figure out how to just kill the super mutants first. That's probably a better plan of attack. I love it when they resist sneak crits. Cunt. That's right. Whilst I'm loading in again, I'll fucking search it up. Edict. Fallout. Still can't find him. Eddie Kate. Fucking... Will you just make sure before you start sending me? Just fucking go on the internet and make sure you got the spelling right. You've got your browser. I'm hearing stuff. Generic super mutant quote number 37. Teleporting super mutant. Even better. Yeah, I can still hear one talking, but I don't give a shit. Surface to air, no thanks. Australians are more friendly if you don't try to push your culture on ours. That's why not a lot of us like when Muslims come around here, because they start their fucking bullshit and like, no, can't. This is how we do things around here, and if you can't conform to this, fuck off. Basically, that's how it goes. But then there's a whole lot of pussies. They live in Melbourne and are like, no, we should let them take us over and change our culture. Fuck no. Let us be beer swilling yobbos in peace. how many times you Aussies get stereotyped for saying cunt every sentence? An accurate amount. Oh shit, Encrypted's on. What's the bet I pick up the fixer plans? Wait, why am I going into Nerd Rage? I don't need to. My weapon's damage is not dependent on such. A beer can that we can throw at the buggers. Tell you what, I'm really running low on angles that I can possibly do for thumbnail photos. Eye bombs, eh? Do you remember when I said I was going to take a drink every time I saw someone shooting shooting at a invincible fucking monster? My god, why? My god, he's gonna... You're an idiot! Why were you shooting at him? Spoilers go to the victor. Oh, that's tempting. Fuck it. Stick close to me, Darth Bane. Stick close to me, I can heal you. Oh! Off he goes into space. Okay, apparently I have to do it. Fine. Except that I really can't. Sweet mother of frame rate breaking goodness. Who died? If you're gonna get on the... If you're gonna get on the thing, like, do keep yourself alive. I got you, bruz. Now you are cured of all rads. Shit, shit, shit! Stick close to me, Darth. Stick close to me and I'll heal you. Instigating lever action! It's good. Hey, you can't shoot Darth Bane, motherfucker. Who's Amiel? Oh, he's dead, is he? What? Okay, I think he's dead. If I see him, I'm gonna shoot him. Wrong guy. I don't know where he went. That makes me sad. Also, someone died up here. Fuck yeah. That's my glue now, motherfucker. Also, I'm sorry I sold you steel, but it'll be put to good use. He fast traveled away. That's lame. I don't know what's happening here. Engineer level 50 fixer. I don't even know what's happening. Everyone's just frozen or bailing out. I've been getting bad luck with the... Oh. There's something. Is he looking for the robot? Because it's right there. So, I think it was Depuff that had the explosive Gatling plasma. I was looking forward to killing that guy because he shot Darth Vader. You can't get away with that. Mick Smell, ew. Oh, there's Mick Bane. Mick Bane to base, under attack by commie Nazis. No, I already got the instigating thing. Here's another subreddit for you to get on. Cosplay girls. That's a good subreddit. It's basically like seeing booth babes, but without all of the cringy beta males surrounding you at a fucking... You know what I'm talking about. During one of those game conventions. It's a good lever gun, actually. What weapons do I have? Just a single action revolver. Level 10. I've got some news for you, robot. I'm annoyed at the lack of events that allows me to get something that's cheap. If I had... I just need the wolf event where you kill 1-star wolves. Yeah, I still need 2 1-star armor bits just to get the max grip. Or I could trade in one of my 1-star weapons and get the same. I'll get rather one less, which I could probably live with. You've got one. Is it garbage? I'll trade the instigating fucking lever gun for it. That's a pretty good deal. Instigating is sick. Not here. You might have just picked it up after the event. It's only 1-star instigating though. Actually, I think that's the first instigating lever action I've ever seen. Also, Lone Wanderer comes off, Inspirational goes on. Salvador Gunzerker. Really? Well, I'm from Utica, and I've never heard of the expression steamed hams. Where do you think you're going? Exterminator's Fat Man. Wow, it's actually 2 stars as well. Trouble is, just can't use any of it. At least not redeem it today. Can you legally own a lever rifle in Australia if you live in a ranch or a farm? As long as its capacity is 5 and under, then you're fine. Double legendary mutie. Hurry up, Darth Bane. How fucking hard is it to jump over some train carriages, mate? Come on. Shoot him! Kill him! Yes! The one moment where you want it to fucking drop you shit. Or mutants. Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course a 3-star drops 1 star. That's like the biggest annoyance ever. Smell you later. Please don't blow up the van. Oh, they're trying to. You'd think this character would be really fast at collecting all the caps because I've got so much charisma, but it really hasn't been working. I guess I haven't had any huge holes from... Someone's around here. I'm hearing something. So that guy's obviously doing some sort of stealth rifleman thing where they just fucking kill everything. High level dudes. He was level 15 when I first saw him. I just kind of want to aggro all of the monsters so he can't do any damage. That'd be funny. Oh no, it's a plasma grenade of aggroing super mutants. They're probably already dead. Oh, now I get a fucking 3-star. Shoot the fucking thing! Shoot him! Shoot him! Don't stop! I've already shot him. There we go. Oh, now I get a fucking 3-star weapon. When I'm fucking fanging for 1-star shit. That's right, game. Give me all 1-star shit. The Florida man is the best. How does my base look like? Well, I don't think anyone started destroying my base, so I don't think it's a flaming pile of rubble yet. It's just a basic ass 2-story house. Also, Salvador Gunzerker, what a... Why would you want to be associated with that character? How fucking stupid is that? Thanks, bro.
A small dweller in Harper's Ferry. Novel.
This whole game just fucking shits me. I am but 3 caps away from doing a thing. Aiming for 2 caps. That feel when your charisma is too high. Salvador is shit. Fuck Salvador. Who cares about DPS? Here's how you play Salvador. Grog nozzle in one hand, Uncam Harold in the other. You win the game. It's bad. Zero is much cooler. Zero is the coolest. Salvador is completely overpowered. I will not hear a word of otherwise. How hilarious. Gage is weird. You just stack anarchy and your guns become more... You know, the reason they designed that character is so you fucking... If you're into Borderlands and you want your Miso to play, you can just get her to play as Gage. She gets a fucking follower that she can just pull out of the ground whenever she wants, and her guns don't require accuracy to use all that much. Just stacking anarchy. If you want good fucking Borderlands content, look at Man of Low Moral Fiber. He's the best. Like, he's fucking good. He's that good with Zero. He mains on Zero, but he can play Axton and Maya as well. Also, can we talk about Cloud Kill? Do you remember how the Cloud Kill? I wonder what they'll break with Tuesday's patch. I feel a sense of just dread whenever I think about Bethesda's patching stuff. Because I know just the track record for the last couple of patches have been just destroying shit. Am I gonna stream any Borderlands 3? Probably. I'll probably play as the chick that looks like Captain Bridget. Actually, they totally ripped her off. That was my character, motherfuckers. I can't wait until someone says, "Oh, you're just copying the Borderlands 2 character, or Borderlands 3 character." I'm gonna be like, "Fuck you." I'm gonna be fucking pissed off when that happens. I'm so fucking mad. What is here anyway? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why is there... I guess that's to keep out the monsters. Outsource their coding to India like Boeing. Hey, did you hear about India? They tried to launch a budget rocket to the moon and it didn't really go all that well. You stab the air aggressively, man. Good for you. We've just caught him doing it, so to ease the awkwardness is doing the wave emote. Cheers, Cobber. He might have just got something really good. Who even knows? Well, it's taken years of development time, and as long as they don't have the 2K Australia, actually, I don't think we can blame the pre-sequel being lacking on 2K Australia. I don't know, it just wasn't as good. Moon people are Australian. That's all I learned from that. Also, the combat didn't work either. I didn't like flying around. I thought that was dumb. Is nuking still relevant? I guess. Anyone who actually knows what they're doing will only ever nuke Fissure Site Prime. Or perhaps Feral Ghouls, but you only get one spawn, basically, when you do the nukes there, so... Not the most appealing. What the fuck? It looks like a force field. Nice. Who dares disturb me? Last obscurest days. Who? The fuck is that? Also Trigger XX. You can tell that they're real edgelords if they've got X's or Z's in their names. Handmade, handmade, handmade. Yes. It's even scoped. Yeah. They knew everybody liked Handsome Jack, so they need to milk him more because they killed him off at the end of 2. So they made the pre-sequel to give him a bit more character depth and blah blah blah. And then they brought him back again in Tales from the Borderlands because they weren't done with him yet. It's foggy as fuck. I'm hearing super mutants. I'm seeing super mutants. I'm killing super mutants. I got nothing. Alright. Thanks for joining, Narf. I appreciate that. I'll see you later. Why did I hit him so much harder that second shot? Or was it the first shot? That's what you get, super mutant. Guy got one-shotted. Cheers, Buzz. Who's in here? Wow, that's not all of them. We were a few shots away from 20 caps, which I'll promptly take and then leave this place and never return. Seeing a plasma grenade explosion makes me want to play XCOM. I'm gonna Alt F4 right now and start playing XCOM. Thanks for watching the stream! Oh, you don't get the caps for clearing it out anymore? That's busted. Now what am I supposed to do with all of these dead super mutants? I can't raise an army of the dead. So what can I drop? I need to drop something. That'll do. I'll drop those. Probably just drop some energy ammo that I don't really need. I've got no clue where I got that ultrasight crossbow bolt from. People are trying to add me. Yeah, I'm using the fixer. Play Borderlands 2 on stream. Maybe. Hey, didn't they release new content for that to build hype? I think they did. Death Blossoms. We don't need no Death Blossoms. I've been stuck on this fucking 3 script for hours. What's the effects on the fixer? Improved stealth, faster sneaking movement speed. That's good. Oh, rainbow rarity. I don't want my weapons to be gay. Hey, if they want to associate themselves with rainbows, everything that's got rainbows on it is going to be gay. What's your weapon thinking about? Killing stuff. What's your weapon thinking about? Fucking other weapons in the butt. Nuh-uh. Where would you fuck a weapon anyway? Also doing a collab with Fortnite. Oh, Borderlands. Fuck. Well, they know where they're getting their player base from. Commander Lilith in the fight for Sanctuary. Why, it's in the air. Why would you need to fight for it? Just teleport away. Sup. The nozzle. I guess. Yeah. Because, like, the mouth is like the magazine. That's where it feeds from. So, hey, if you want to go stick your dick down a barrel of a gun, be my guest, but I ain't gonna do that. Must loot everything. Are they putting fuel in their moonshine? Naughty, naughty people. That's why they're all skeletons. Price range on a piece of armor you have. Okay, well, I'm not a price checker, but I'll give it a go. Could I make a Blade PvP build? Probably. Honestly, Blade and PvP don't mix very well because people end up insta-killing you. Go up to the top of the tower. Alright. I'm kinda like must loot everything, but instead it's must kill everything. Because I'm a bloodthirsty psycho that is it proves that gamers are people who just want to kill stuff and go shoot people in real life. I've got 26 Nerf guns at home. I'm not afraid to use them. Bloodied endurance. Well, yeah, you can keep around the same amount of health, but you probably want to gate your health to about 50% to balance the survivability versus damage output. Central Mountain Lookout. There's better be a good fucking view, game, or I'm gonna Alt F4 and... Oh, there's mines. Ow. There's more mines. Ow. No more mines, I guess. I kind of got bored after the second one. You got stabbed. Oh, I'm in the money right now. Yes! I'm rich. Okay, there's a legitimate reason to rock up to this place then. Have I? Which locations have I identified? Shit. Being over capacity sucks. Serendipity away! Revive, please. I've got minigun. Oh, never mind. Quaz is already on it. Fuck you. I am entitled to those. Unless he's just gonna farm the enemies around it for more legendaries. There's some screaming going on in my house, and I don't know what it's for. I think my brother's playing console, and he's playing with his friends, and it involves a lot of screaming sometimes. Hey, random bloke. Just need one more fucking legendary, just a 3-star, just a piece of shit of armor. Hang on, what are my scripts like at the moment? 658, so I have 661 after this, which is almost 2/3 of the way there. A faithful follower and revive person. Actually, that was a hello there moment. Wow, this guy didn't even bother with the ghouls. I guess it's not one of those things that immediately drops you next to the ghouls. Alright. Now to scrap every single thing of crap on me, and then my weight problems will not be solved, for I have too much. And I can't put much in there. And I can't sell anything either, because I'm out of fucking caps. What a predicament I have found myself in. Okay, I've got an idea. That's better. Wait, am I under Nerd Reg? I guess I don't know. I think I am. Well, whilst I'm here, I might as well loot some steel. Some glorious iron. I saw the updates on the events. I kind of kept out of the loop this week because I've been busy. But I saw some of the stuff that's been promised to us. Okay, I just need to find a Tinker's Workbench. And a shitload of steel. Lucky these guys are only dropping really basic shit. Also, they're low level because players had trouble in this area because they suck. There's got to be a Tinker workbench somewhere. I know it. I know it. Your camp. If there's a Pontiac GTO near you, you should definitely buy it. Actually, wait, Fort Defiance. That's the insane asylum, isn't it? What you're about to see is highly illegal. Hang on, I should probably eat something before I get fucking wrecked. Ah, he's shooting at me. Okay, I'm kind of hoping there's a Tinker's workbench down there. There should be one around somewhere. I don't really know. Oh, there is a workbench at the top of the world, isn't there? You gotta go in that little facility, the like a couple of things up. Wow, I'm surprised they made low-level spawns happen all the way down here as well. It's very bizarre. Lieutenant Gutsy is sort of getting up there. He did notice his whole crew being slaughtered. We'll spare him the mental anguish of him noticing by killing him basically instantly. Okay, there's no Tinker's workbenches here. Yes, this is my support character. Oh, 6-liter V8. Wait, 1 star there. He has 15 charisma. It's not a support, it's a waste. Hey, I can share adrenaline. You know what that means? That means 5 free points of agility for everyone around me. You know how much you can do with 5 points of agility? Heaps. Help. He's a scary level 22. Yeah, I remember that. Also, is there a bone club here? This is the spawn. Yes, there is. I'm gonna pick it up because it's fucking pointless, but still. Where is he? Ah! There we go. My script problems are solved all in one fell swoop. Thanks, Darth. I didn't actually catch that. There's some more squawking going on and I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, but what if I was to share Demo Expert or something like that? This build is not particularly well thought through, but whatever. I don't have problems with damage, and I've got 15 luck, so I just went to the wrong level. I just wanted to shoot Rose in the face, because fuck, she's annoying. Shut up, Moira. You can have +2 charisma, 4 mutation, and 3 from sweet rolls. Yeah, but who's got sweet rolls every second of the day? Unless you can make them yourself, and then fucking, yeah. Is there a recipe for a sweet roll? I don't know. How much AP do I get using unyielding gear? 335. That's somewhere where this character doesn't have a lot of. I think more agility would work pretty well. Frenzied yelling asterisk. I want to give the Scorch the robot voice that was in Fallout 4. Asterisk. Frightening raw asterisk. Okay, so there's a weapon workbench here. We all know that from the single player mode. Question is, where the fug is the Tinker's workbench? Well, there's a booze stand, so I'm guessing if we keep going around, we'll find it eventually, right? Let me guess, the clothing store has an armor workbench in it, right? Nah. Well, maybe this is it's not a clothing store, it's a store of completely nothing. Shut up. Alright, I need to go wee-wees. I have returned. Doesn't matter if your armor doesn't match. Do you reckon travel agent stacks? That'd be funny if it did. You get 4 blokes and can travel around the place for free.
No.
Right then. Alright, now for some 10 mils, because I've got some 10 mil subs that I ought to use these days. Actually, it doesn't eat up a lot of steel at all. This eats up much more steel. Or less steel, but more lead. That's weird. Don't know why it does that. Oh, I can run again. I can run again. And oh, there's uranium fever. Of course. There's already people in there. Well, fuck that. Okay, Darth Bane, I need you to stay right where you are. Oh. Well, that's fine. Stabilized is for scoped aiming. Are you talking about the perk for heavy guns? When you're in power armor, makes heavy guns more accurate and punch through armor better. Stabilized stock and barrel are for recoil control on your weapons. Stabilized, as in the armor piece, makes your aim scope less swayy. Makes it sway less. I can't believe how damaged that fucking thing was. I guess the super mutant was wearing it. Was that a Mutant Slayers thing? That's weird. Don't like this game. I could set up a whole fucking stream just trying to farm ridiculous amounts of lead that would take, or steel, to make all of that lead go away. There you go. Here we go. Here's the 4th pro gamer move in this entire stream. 3 bits of unyielding, 2 bolstering. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't go without the extra special benefits though. That's for sure. Guess I'll drop all those in. Is Darth Bane staying where he is? Hope he's heard me. I hope he really has heard me. Run Big Ben with Scrapper. Yeah, that's a lot of steel you can make out of that. Becca's back. Back again. Tell a friend. Thanks. Thanks, Darth Vader. Lord Vader. Hang on, I can't do the Emperor accent very well. I'm surprised that hasn't blown up in my face, because one day it will. One day, someone's just gonna rock up. It's like, hey, yoink, I'll take that. And they'll be like, well, fuck! That's a lot of script that I've just lost! Lord Vader. Nah, I can't do it. I can do it. No, I can't do that either. Jesus Christ. I'm losing my ability to do impressions of people. Did I even change character? Yeah, I did. It's saying level 112, but I'm gonna be Becca. You'll see. You'll see. Voila. Becca's back. Oh, wow. Okay, I think the situation with Becca is pretty dire. I've got no mutations. I've got no good legendary weapons. I've only got a handful of armor. Oh my god, my brother's screeching. If he keeps this up, I'm gonna fucking yell at him. It's fucking pissing me off. You can't hear it, but it's really bad. I don't even have power armor for this character yet. That's how bad it is. Yeah, the build not great. I've got a plan for this character though. Got a plan. Place bets now on how long I'll last. Hang on, I thought this thing was broken. Okay, it's not, but it will be in a second. Oh, you can actually hear him, for fuck's sake. That must mean my mic's a lot more sensitive. Got a 2-star stalking you. Shit. Oh, I haven't even built my IKEA shack yet. How bad? Ha! Got him. Okay. I'm gonna get Sentinel Assassin's Armor. That's easy. 2-shot explosive Gatling Plasma. Gonna need strength to get that going. I'll have a Tesla rifle of some description. I need that. So, high perception too. My god. He gets on the PS4 with his friends and he acts like a fucking spastic. It's fucking annoying. I'm bang on level 52. Hey! He goes flying. Oh, cock. Are you kidding me? We'll see about that, mutant. Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll. What's my armor situation like? 2 bits of unyielding, one of which is broken and also level... what, 5? That's a big fat rip, to be honest. I've got a couple of things going for me. Let's see what I've got. No, I've got fucking nothing going for me. What the fuck is this? What have I done? See, the trouble is with all of my other characters, I had some decent legendaries to just switch to. Yeah, I've got an explosive Gatling Plasma. Best build, Strength 1, Perception 15, Endurance 6, Charisma 4, Intelligence 1, Agility 14, Luck 15. No, it's not the best build at all. Absolutely not. And for my next trick, I'm going to make a completely pointless rifle. Oh, I just destroyed the only rifle that I could possibly use. Unless... Oh, delightfully devilish Seymour. Trouble is... Oh, I've got a bunch of bloodied things too. Intelligence for doing math tests. Okay. So, you can explain to me how you're going to maximize the damage with... How you're going to maximize your damage with explosive weapons if you don't have access to something like, say, Demolitions Expert. Perfect. 110%. Now you can see night vision. Out of my way, Dan. Good shot. Oh, I feel so slow without Speed Demon, man. There goes Fixer. You know the worst part is I'm gonna have to wait fucking ages to get a suppressor for this. You're telling me that bloatfly did that much damage? I can't fucking shoot him at all. Wow, it's actually time to aim then, isn't it? Holy fuck. This is what pleb gear makes me do. This is why you don't use unoptimized builds, children. I hate fucking perception. Are you kidding me? Yikes. Next. I love watching the minigun mutants spin up a glitch. Oh, good. Can anyone else hear my brother losing my shit? Also, live stream is appearing offline, but it's not. Oh, everything's already fucking dead. Can't wait. Yeah, if you ever see, if you see the stream, just conk out. I haven't gone. All right, I'm staying here, but my internet's sometimes stupid and retarded and dumb, and it doesn't work. Actually, what is my thing during the main quest? What is my thing? No. Oh, Camp McClintock. That's where I was up to. Yeah, I might as well just do that then. I might as well just crack on with the main quest and hope that I pick up some legendaries during the in the meantime. Take that, and I have to strip the paint first. Is that can number 2 or 3? They'll clog the instruments. Careful, they're ruffled. Actually, speaking of chips. Careful, they're ruffled. Oh, it's hardened. And it's oh, fuck me, sideways. Let's have a look as he put the true barrel on it. Aligned and true. You know what? Aligned's good because it's got the bullets on the side, which are much bigger than the bullets you actually loaded in this. Thanks, mate. They'll clog the instruments. 180 damage. Immediately improves it. Oh, wow. Look how much I haven't discovered. I need to go to Camp McClintock, so... I'm not saying give me a free ride there, but it'll significantly speed the stream up if you do. What's it with this pumpkin house and the hunter's shack? I don't care. I know what's there. It's not that interesting. Let me Uber you. Yes, free Uber. I'll handle this. Da, 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 da. I'm just gonna lean back. They'll clog the instruments. What the fuck is happening with this? At least we got serendipity and bloody mess. You've just cloned yourself. This game is basically XCOM because the Flatwoods monster is an alien. Yes, this is true. The airport has nothing going on, really. That's the sad part. Thanks, Darth. Hang on, I need to call them crisps, because you Americans think I'm referring to something else if I say chips. It's every man and every spring for themselves. Overseer's log. No, don't come back until you look like a soldier. You don't look like a soldier. Who's ready to have their ass kicked? Alright. Everybody in the pool. 'Tis a fine barn, but sure is no pool English. Dolwith!
Uniform issue.
What's better, insta swing speed, unarmed weapons, or insta 40% power attack damage weapons? Depends on how fast you want to punch things and how much damage you want to do. I like power attack damage on instigating weapons and swing speed on bloodied. Or bloodied. Bloodied can do anything good, basically. I like the cut of your jib. What's a jib? Promote this man. See how fast I can breeze through this. I spent the whole fucking time reloading the thing. I like how they say different stuff depending on what you actually did. Since I was slow with a fucking lever gun, is like, well, that was shit. Why do I use a lever action? Because it's bloodied. It's kind of the best thing I have right now. I don't even have speed, demon! Identifying the commie. I know it's the one in the middle, but I forget I actually figure it out. You gotta read something, I know it. I know that much. Speaker.
Yeah, my popcorn alien. Why do you ask? My terminal keeps company while Pops is the mine. I needed a new password so I use the initials of someone I admire a lot.
Oh fuck! Gotta complete the live fire exercise. That's annoying. Computer. Alright. I'm gonna let this play out. And I'll just shoot stuff where I can. And then I'll figure out what to do from then, eh? Maybe I'll lean back and eat some of these chips. Some of these crisps. Feels wrong to say that. Okay, I just need to find the highest place and just sit there like a camper. Yep, if you can drop off Speed Demon, Marsupial, Adrenal Reaction, and Bird Bones, that'd be good. No, I don't have to even do anything, apparently. Fine. It's cheese and onion flavor. It's good. That was one fucking robot. Oh, there's Marsupial. Okay, okay, don't use right away. I'm fast as fuck, boy. And I can fly. Fly! Look how big the helmets are. Shut up. Now I have to do that god-awful mission with this lot. This horrible, god-forsaking mission. No, serendipity doesn't work against rad damage. I think ghouls will hit you. You might resist the ballistic damage, but their rads doesn't work. Also, if you're in like a radiation zone, serendipity would be going off every time you got a rad, like every second. It'd be too much. Answer is no. The answer is no. Next time, apply yourself. Do I have to talk to it first? I bet I do. For fuck's sake. Oh boy, here we go again. Well, looks like it is outputting high-level ghouls. There you go. Including legendaries. He would have got that too, it's fine. Holy shit! I so love when you're in point blank range and the bullet fucking flies to the ceiling. At least tell me I've got more damage. Yay, 231. Yeah, right. Apparently there's just ghouls rocking up everywhere. Hold on a second. What? There's no things.
Form identified. Scanning. Processing. Continued processing. Proof of Charleston. Residency required. Mail must have a valid U.S. Postal Service postmark.
You gotta click the terminal here, Cap.
Have a nice day.
Oh, I got it. I've somehow broken this quest. Ew, I can hear myself. Don't hot mic. It's bad. If this keeps going, I'll have no choice but to mute you. Just so you know. I'll have no choice but to destroy you. Ooh, I'm even quoting the Clone Wars now. I'm not having it. Hello, Hobble Dobble. The Clone Wars movie was a bit eh. You know why? It's because it's supposed to be like 4 or 5 episodes, or 4 episodes, but they shoved it all into a movie, so the pacing is really weird.
Greetings, C-42. Mail identified.
Wait, you don't have to sit do it anymore?
Scanning. Does not match address on DMV.
Fuck up. Did they speed up this quest? Because I'm not hearing the numbers in the thing. Like, C42, please rock up. I didn't go through this door. Because I went into this place and it was just low-level Scorch. I was like, well, fuck this. I'm never going here again.
Greetings, C-42. DMV AT-21C. Dash B. Recognized. Processing.
If you think I have to activate the terminal, how am I talking to him right now?
For ID renewal is in order. Error. Department B is for renewals only. Department C is designated.
Shut up, Codsworth.
Have a nice day.
God, what a drag.
Greetings. Department C requires patron to re-queue.
See, now I can activate the queue.
In our well-appointed block until have a nice day.
There we go.
Please wait for your number to be called. Have a nice day. Please wait for your number to be called.
Ah, it's my fucking number.
Please wait for your number to be called.
I'm gonna see some other ghouls rock up now. That camera is static. Whoops. I didn't even mean to do that. But it happened.
Department C is currently busy. Mandatory second incorporation.
They should have give these robots a they should have given Patty and Selma voices. Ugh, MacGyver.
Reinitialize DMV AT21
Best quest in the game.
and associated paperwork
If it's the only quest you play.
A3. Scanning.
Left eye, right eye, left eye, right eye, left eye, right eye.
B/1. Valid birth certificate.
How does get fucked sound, robot? Oh. I can really feel it up my skirt. Ditto. Patty and Selma are in the tornado. Now I have to learn about it. Oh, God, what a drag. I can't believe this quest. It is the worst. Is Escape Artist stopped working for everyone else? No. Sam Blackwell, mark this paperwork for me. Oh wait, you're dead. Fuck me, my internet's getting shitter and shitter. It keeps crashing. Too bad there isn't an ammo scrap perk. Fucking, that'd be so good. I've got heaps of surplus stuff on other characters that I should use. Stamp. Have a nice day. There was like 2 ghouls, and that was kind of it. There was like 2 different squads of ghouls. I swear to God, if you're gonna make me do this shit. You cockstain. No, actually, wrong one. I think last time I started playing the Pip-Boy games. There we go. Solved it.
Everything is in order. Proceed to the photography station to receive your government ID card. Have a nice day.
Squawking like a chook. Where to next? Register for the Brotherhood of Steel. Back to Fort Defiance. To the loony bin.
Overseer's log, Charleston capital. If automation still rules West Virginia, then Charleston is the heart of the machine. Bureaucracy still pumping away without any...
Is Belching Betty, is that where you find the Overseer's hobby? And you shoot him, you get an XP dump? And I have to drop the bitrate again, because it keeps on fucking crashing.
Somewhere between disturbingly comforting and completely insane. But it's a lot of
2450.
that we'll need to find.
So shit. I'm pretty sure it's Belching Betty, because I was there before. Rate 27.3. Not bad. Good size. Fucking not bad. It's somewhere around here, I know it. There's some sort of facility. Have I joined the Enclave yet? Nope, that's on the to-do list. That is not the place, is it? Mount Blair Train Yard. Fucked if I know where that is. This is a mountain. This is indeed not the place. What the fuck? What the hell is that? I don't want to know. Yeah. You can't kill him until I've followed the overseer's personal logs and tapes. So you can't just rock up and shoot him and be done with it? That's fucking shit. Oh, so I think I had my phone go off. Oh well, nothing going on here. Do you remember, did Bethesda ever say how interesting the... Oh, I'm not doing this event. No! I've got better things to do, mate. Also, where's your armor? That's weird. Do you remember? I remember server hopping like 5 times to kill that son of a bitch. What a prick! I'm not happy. I have to fucking climb this place again. This hardened receiver is doing good work. Fucking arrow guard. This is what happens when you don't close the doors. All the fucking flies come in. And all the bugs too. Look at this little bastard. He's dead now. How many of these fucking insects have been stuck inside walls and shit? It's so weird. Let me in. Now, I'm pretty sure you can just run... Like, the whole point is figuring out what happened to Scribe What's-Her-Face. So you can... I think you can secret break a lot of this. Also, lots of plastic in here. Very, very nice. Pick that up. Make mad bank out of that shit. There's T60 time. I'm gonna break everything and harvest the raw materials. There's heart of the enemy. Actually, that's how you get the ultrasight power armors. This is terrible. I don't like doing this. This is... I don't complete the main quest the exact same way 6 times in other ones. Oh, a yellow hat. That's rare, isn't it? Maybe. I don't know. Don't really care either. No more satellites. Flavor text. What's the flavor? Bland. Vanilla. Okay, this needs to go away. There we go. I've managed to irritate something by taking up the... Oh, wait, it's down below, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I think it's down below. At least I can go directly to here now. It's like a research station, and it's somewhere. Confusing quest markers are the bane of my existence. Fuck you, turret. It's your fault. What the fuck do you want from me? God, I hate this fucking bullshit. It's not even fucking pointing me there. That's how fucking broken it is. Blah, blah, blah. Needs a no ADHD questing server mode. I'm not paying attention to this. My brain's just turned off. I can't be fucked. Like, I'm so unengaged by doing the same fucking shit over and over so many times. The plot has failed to engage me. There we go, Class Freak is good enough. Alright, I know where I'm going. Let's just steam. Go survival if I'm bored. Why? That just make me even more bored. Because I can't fucking fast travel anywhere. It means I'd have to do a whole lot more running around if I want to go back somewhere. Although shooting other players in the face would be very amusing. I'll find one guy and they'll actually spec for survival using fucking what the assassin sentinel armor. There'll be that and they'll just be like, I can't kill these people. What's the fucking point? Nice iBot. I'm going to pick up some of the more important places along here. Well, the loading screens are boring if you're playing on console because it takes half an hour to bloody load the map. I got a shitload of junk on me anyway. There we go. I really don't intend on using Gauss rifles on this character, nor do I want to carry those around. Perfect. Now a true test. Yeah, I know you can still fast travel to stations, but they're just hotspots for people to camp. It's not a very well designed mode. He's invisible. Who needs VATS to chain headshots? Who needs it? Not me, man. Yellow numbers mean should be headshot. Where are my grenades? This is going to take a long time. He's going to low-key drop me a Gatling laser. Just a Gatling laser, just drop one. Just one. The salt flats. I remember when they crossed salt flats in their shit boxes on Top Gear. That's fun. That was a good episode. And then they did the speed tests on the salt flats too with their muscle cars. Good stuff. Whoops. That's alright, he'll get that. T51. A Gatling plasma and a Gatling laser. Not necessarily in that order, but... What the fuck was that? Ah. Oh my god, it's a sheep squatch. Taking on a Milet Queen. Actually, how is this gonna go down? Oh, I'm gonna get cocked blocked by a fucking squatch beast, am I? I've got more pressing issues, to be honest. But see, the Scorch Beast even knows. Ah, fuck it. They're only level 50 and 95. I've got bigger fish to fry. This is like the three. This is an excellent three-way battle. I'm gonna ruin it though. You know, a bear would come in and just fucking kill everything. That's how it happened. Oh, how you robbed me of many sneak attack criticals, aggro. Go for the legs. Go for the legs. There you go. Shit! 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 Oh, he hasn't seen me. That's fine. Ah! Ow. Okay, take the fucking bat out. Don't focus on the thing. Never mind. See, all we need to do is sneak crits. That's all we need to do. So in order to do that, we need to take out this thing that's making it aggro. Land. Land, damn you. Land, I say. The cheapness of that attack is almost on par with the B2 Brawler. Yay, got him. Just jump over the acid. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, judging by his health, he's already mutated. What a mess. What an absolute mess that was. Now, where did that Scorch Beast land? I don't even know. Oh well. Plenty more where that came from. $237. Fucking hell. I got adhesive for days. Probably should have put that on, to be honest, seeing as it was leaded. T60? No, T51 again. What is happening over here? Ah, shit. Well, I'm boned, aren't I? He yelled at me, but he didn't attack me, question mark. We've got 3 Scorch Beasts flying... Oh, okay, he's back. Yes! Got him. That sounds like a gutsy, actually. That's a bit worrying. That is totally a gutsy. Are all these Scorch Beasts friendly because I'm too low level to be picking fights with them? Because when I'm on my high level characters, they actually want to fight. See? So much easier when you sneak critting them. What disease have I got? I think I got radworms, don't I? Yeah, well, it was radworms, but I took the disease cure and fucking nothing happened. There it is. There it goes. Look out, he's conjured a bunch of friends. Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when they're armed with grenade launchers. They don't have to be accurate, so any cautionary fire that they do give is just gonna fucking end you. You'll pay for this indignity. See, the Scorch Beast isn't aggro anymore, despite him really should be. Look, I'm standing up. I can be detected by now. Okay, probably health is like 380, 350 for the Scorched. They're level 68. I'm gonna have to do something about this perception. Fixer is great. I was using that before. Why do I want T60? Because T60 looks the coolest. Oh, Matty Ace is streaming. How many views has he got? He's got 8. Flex. That's right. A much smaller channel is garnering a lot more viewers than a bigger channel for some reason. He might have got banned from Twitch actually, and he's streaming on YouTube now. I think that's actually what happened to him. He said something that annoyed the people who run Twitch now, which are pretty bad. Like, they cave to public pressure as soon as anything happens, and they let all the fucking booby streamers get away with murder on there. I much prefer streaming on YouTube myself. Keeps everything in the one place, for one, but also, I'm not supporting the people who enable that kind of shit. But I'm supporting YouTube, which is arguably worse. But at least they don't let Twitch thoughts get away with shit that they shouldn't. Their rules are more enforced on anyone who does the thing. Doesn't matter if they fucking are a... I'm gonna die. Fucking die, I can't. There we go. I know that T51 power armor is the best in terms of damage resistance. I don't really care though, it's negligible when you've got such high amounts of resistance. Stealth not work in here. I don't remember this cave being so full of Scorched actually, but it is. Oh, they're actually teleporting out of the walls now. Brilliant. It's like a full-on zombie apocalypse in here right now. I think it's really bizarre that some of these corpses are lootable, the others aren't. I think the Scorched Beast is already up. There might be someone already in here. Oh, sorry, before I go any further... There's definitely some gunfire going on. It might be Darth Vader trying to catch up. Yeah, I did create another new character. I am attempting to farm script and legendaries at the same time, but I kind of need to get this character through the main story as well. So, 2 birds, 1 stone. So far, not counting the script that we got from other things, we've got like 5 or 10 all up. The pickings have been very slim. But at least I'm getting it done. Alright, here's the fucking boss room. And the Scorched Beast is already out. Oh my god, it's flying around again. It's not supposed to do that. Also, there's 2 Scorched Beasts in here. One of them is flying. Oh my god. This is the worst. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Well. It's all because of that motherfucking scrub. That little scrub. Now I have to go all the way fucking back. It's because he couldn't fucking take out a Scorch Beast on his own. He's bad. That pisses me off so much. I get killed because that fucker couldn't finish his own fucking job. And now I got a second one who's fucking flying around. What a joke. Nor could I get the sneak attack criticals because he was drawing the aggro, probably because he's a fucking idiot. And he was. It's like, hey look, another reason why this game should be... it's another reason why I want private servers. I don't have to deal with that kind of shit. Like, it's 90% of the... No, maybe not that much, but a good 40 to 50% of the gripes that I have with this game is caused by other players. That's how much they annoy me. At some points, the game is a whole lot more tolerable without other people being there. That's the wrong way, dickhead. If they allow the game to stand basically as it is, but you can just play by yourself on private servers, well... so long multiplayer, at least I don't have to worry about disconnecting if it's just an instance where there's no server involved. Seriously though, think about the selling point that you could say that fucking private servers and mod support is. You don't like this game? Just mod it until you do like it. What a fucking joke. I can't believe this shit. This shouldn't happen. He's just fucking clipping through every single wall. Okay, hopefully he doesn't get back up. See what you're capable of when you've got a competent sneaking person with you, though? How good was that? How fucking quick? Compared to how the other kill went down. I guess you're in power armor as well. Fucking shit, cunt. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Drunken Monkey, for your kind words. I think... Of course I don't like other people. Honestly, I wanted this game to be single player, because I know exactly what would happen. I could foresee exactly what would happen if there was an instance where... Jesus, overkill much. If there was an instance where it was basically like a standard Fallout, but... there's other players running around, which means you're not going to have access to proper loot. Like, they've made workarounds like containers are instance. You can just loot them no matter what. But stuff that's out in the world that isn't instance, like enemies. If you rock up to a place and there's nothing there, well, you've just wasted your time. You rock up to a place where there's no junk around, you're just wasting your time. And that's the kind of thing that fucking pisses me off the most about this game. So by sidestepping all of that bullshit with private servers, well...
It's urgent, Lizzie. Lizzie, Takano says the satellite is failing.
Elder, I'm not ready for this. Can't Scribe do anything about it?
Oh, you can learn all of the things from this. What the hell? I didn't know that. nude mods. Well, if you want to spend less time farming and more time wanking, then fucking go for your life.
Elder, you trust the outsiders too readily. They will betray you.
You too, Paladin. Everyone around you keeps saying shut the world out, only look out for ourselves. You're my goddamn son. But the Brotherhood alone can't rebuild what's lost. We need them. Hell, our whole plan is for them.
I'm not thinking about some far-off future, Elder. I'm worried about today. Tomorrow, we're fighting non-stop to keep Bravo contained.
There's been a change of plans. I'm now using Ultrasight power armor. Because it's sick.
I trust your judgment. If our scribes find anything new, I'll see if we can get word to you sometime.
Why don't I live stream Fallout 4? Because there's not a lot to do. You know, with making a new game and everything. Finally, Cortana boobs. Fucking, at least you're excited. Am I gonna die if I drink this? No. I won't. Ooh, why is it so dark in here? I'm gonna leave all the ghosts in there, I reckon. Ever tried a suicide self-reviving last laugh build? No. Well, that seems fairly interesting. You just need a bunch of grenades. And good RNG. Yeah, they would have. They would have had a fit of, who the hell writes this shit? That's what they would have had a fit about. Is this Zack's Overseer thing new content? I was already inside the vault. They knew people weren't playing Nuclear Winter, so they lowered all of the level requirements for going into the for going into the various places. Oh, shut up, Melody. You're already dead. Your cause is irrelevant. Oh, wow. Level 5 super mutants. Whatever will I do? He actually did more damage than I was expecting. Shit! Cock. I thought I disarmed it. If you want tips on leveling fast, just kill everything you see. Everything. Higher level enemies equals more XP. You kill everything as fast as you can. Build yourself a character that can output a lot of damage. Yeah, if you run West Tech a million times, you'll get levels quickly, but you'll end up running into servers which is already being cleared out all the time. That's why I stick to one server, so you can just jump around, do whatever. Speaking of it, what builds do I recommend? Stealth Commandos. Yeah, don't go on survival because cunts will just kill you. This guy had a huge shop last stream, but apparently he's just not existing anymore. Space Allens. Nice. Let me guess. Melee and power armor. How the fuck am I hitting them for that much damage and yet not instantly killing them? That's fucking pissing me off. Actually, I've got an idea why. It's because I'm lower level than they are. Or rather, I'm not aggroing them. Or they're being aggroed by something, so the damage readings are false. Yeah, okay, it's the latter. Definitely the latter. That guy got a sneak on and he died instantly. Not you though, you were fucking switched onto something. It's that fucking camp that's nearby actually. That's what's happening. Ugh, soup sledges aren't very valuable. Because I'm still farming for 1400 caps across all characters. Do what you want. If you think you need a stealth commando build, then you go and make one. Okay, apparently you still get tons of caps even with relatively low charisma of mine. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because the fucking bot stings you either way, so whatever. I think the last time I was here with this character I couldn't go anywhere because I jump. Who's not sneaking? Who's doing that? Oh, we found the person. Naked guy with 50. Pretty sure he's on my friends list, isn't he? Hang on. Yeah, he is. He's just a naked guy with a 50 cal. 'Cause why not? Oh, more script for me. Okay, I believe I can make it work. Fucking no one can crank a lever like the courier from New Vegas. No one. It's all of this click click, whereas the courier just fucking cranks that shit like you wouldn't believe. Yes. Sharpshooters assault rifles are the best drops because they're the best value. I think I just picked up a bunch of fusion cores too. Also, I've got an anti-armor fire rate assault rifle, don't I? That's right. I remember getting that, I think. On this character. So if I do that. Crossplay. Junkies 50 cal. Now, great is a subjective term. Anti-armor fast fire lever from the boat. I don't have any caps. I've only got 2400. Oh, I guess he's not gonna drop the thing. He kind of said that he had a 3-star. Ow. Did I just trip over? Oh, there's a 3-star in here. Three-star in here. Get him, naked man. What'd I get? Hunter's Ultrasight Gatling Laser. It is 40 script. If there had been a bloodied, much better. But Hunter's is fucking useless. Oh man, if only I had a weapon that could deal extra damage to these animals. Oh wait, bears. Bears are a thing. I mean... you do better damage with a bear with a bloodied weapon anyway. Alright, I'll have to run up the hill to drop this off. You're under arrest, Wallace. Bears drop acid too. Drop acid. They're one of those reprobates that go to music festivals and drop acid. Why are they so strong? Friends. I need to take that thing down. I need that nuclear keycard. Give me the card! It'll cost me a prequel quote. Okay, I gotta think of a good one. I mean, I knew it was a prequel quote. It was just as Count Dooku predicted. Okay, maybe another one. That one was pretty lame. Just as Count Dooku predicted. Fucking broke. How much damage am I getting this? 39. Die. Luckily for me, Murmur doesn't give a shit about how broken a weapon is. when you tell him he wants a Star Wars quote, but then he doesn't like your quote, he goes, "Hold on, this whole operation was your idea." Okay, I'm not gonna finish anyone off in case I fucking make goo piles. Fucking hell. Thanks. This is baffling. These guys give you nuclear waste. Ow, they're shooting at me. Time to abandon ship! There's another one. Oh. I can run now. Is it because I loaded a core into the Gatling laser? Whoops. The super mutants when I fast travel away. Ah! Victory! Victorious, victorious Neil. Brand new spanking deals. Marching forward, hippo. Why have I got so many fucking points in that? I'm not even using explosive guns. What's wrong with me? Marching forward, hypnocratic and hypnotic computers. You depend on our protection, yet you feed us lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la. Ooh. Everybody's going to the West Tech, have a very shit time. Dun 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 dun. Who is Kent 100s? And why did I invite him to the team? Or is that one of Thing's buddy? It might be one of Old Mate's buddy. Why do they always set a paw? Steamed hams. Oh. This weapon is your life. What kind of goodies can I grab from here? Oh, instigating pipe revolver, but 1800. Victorious, victorious, Neil. You've got some script for me. Plank Man, you need to put some clothes on, dude. Imagine having a nude mod, right? You've got one installed and you're live streaming for some reason and some guy just stands there in front of you naked. He's just got his fucking doodle out. I reckon that'll happen. That'll happen to someone. Oh, yes. Fucking Jesus. I've done it. I've scripted enough for like 5 characters in one day. Well, I guess these are just going in the temporary script bin. Ah! Fucking Christ. All you needed was a Slender Man. Thanks, bruv. All you needed was a Slender Man fucking jump scare noise and ah! Knuckles cracked. Ah, yes. It's gamer time. Fuck. Alright, I need to level up. That's my main priority right now. There's a few things that I just need, like this. Crying freedom! There we go. Plank Man's a furry and not a naked man anymore. Oh yeah, there's main quests. I didn't do that. Well, I suppose I'll just keep going then. Plank Man can come too. Also, I didn't loot the nuclear keycard, did I? I was all like, time to abandon ship, because I broke my lever gun. 7 hours for fucking 150 times 5. 600, 750. It's pretty... It's a lot of script. That's 75% of one character script. So it hasn't been a bad stint. It's just a lot of servers that I've been on have been fucking stingy, unfortunately. Oh god, I'm a racist. I thought there was a glove because I'm used to seeing Grognat gloves, but this character's skin is black. There we go, combat medic. Not really though. Hang on, what else have I got? I've got this tacky police suit with pants that don't fit. Fuck. We'll do that. Did I just do a racist? I'm not even sure how many ranks of Snake I've got on this character, but it must be a lot because I'm getting away with shit that I probably wouldn't be able to. There we go. Hope I won't get a wanted level for this. Ah, perfect. Someone really wants me to go over there. Give me something to break! Break your fucking face tonight! I see. Broadsider. Did we kill him? I got a muttant's ski sword. 1 star. Bargain. Holy shit, what is happening? What in the name of God? I'll tell you what's happening. Bad fucking frame rates. Okay, so we're not done with the total inept of farming yet. Yeah. Limp Biscuit. Break stuff. Give me something to break. Jump. Land. Trade. 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 There we go. Break your fucking face tonight.
Territory now. No government interference here.
We got our local radio station to play that song once, and since there's a lot of swearing, a lot of it was censored, so there's so much just empty space. Break your face tonight! Give me something to break. I know it's a bad frame rate. Harper's Ferry is terrible. I've got the processor doing 2 things at once. It's got to do Fallout 76 and make sure that's running, but it also needs to record because Shadowplay is a piece of shit and disconnects me all the fucking time. Until they get that shit sorted out, we could just stare at the ground and pretend we've got a good computer. Can I do some build vids? I can. I haven't done the gunslinger one yet. Oh, my combat medic. Oh, it's free range. Alright, squaddies. Time to hero up! I hate those squaddies. Homer! We've got Homer Simpson! Yes! Don't! And they're racing this time. Dahlia has pulled ahead and is ahead by 3 lengths. Grognak doesn't really give a shit about racing, but he soon will. Help, the doggos are here. Oi! Stop that! Holy shit! He's just rocketing forward. Move. Move, damn it. Move. Move. We've had a fucking cow traffic jam. Look, they can't. They're lost. They can't pass over this. They can't path around it. That's directly in their path. I bet it's Homer. It was fucking Homer holding up everyone. Don't! Smithers, who is this man? Homer Simpson, sir. Simpson, eh? What do you mean this isn't Minecraft? I want to harvest their skin and also their meat. Fucking hurry up, Grognak. Get a move on. Oh, he's off. Holy shit, someone's actually making use out of a broadside, and I don't know how to feel. I'm glad none of the Brahmin decided to take damage from that. He had a shepherd's crook on him! How? Homer! Homer! Homer Simpson from Sector 7G. Smithers? Who's that goat-legged fellow? I like the cut of his jib. Prince of Darkness, sir. He's your 11 o'clock. Everybody save Homer. Homie! Oh, shit. No! Don't let him kill Homer Simpson! My god, who's this? My god, Grognak is picking a fight with a fucking... Wow, Grognak didn't like the blowflies. Oh, homie! Wait, where is he? Homer Simpson. I'm just gonna milk Homer. Hang on, Grognak's attacking me. Fuck you, Grognak. Homie! Family Guy is not better. Family Guy is garbage. Prince of Darkness, sir. He's your 11 o'clock. Hey, Peter. Hey, Joe. Those memes where they make fun of Family Guy like that are the best. Hey, Peter. Hey, Joe. We've got Joe, but with the emoji B instead of the J. Free Springs. "'Tis a fine barn, but sure is no pool English. Dolwith!" Okay, that was odd. I got it a little bit too ahead of the game just now. Did I level up? Yes, I did. No TV and no beer make Homer something something. Go crazy? Don't mind if I do! It's been a while since I've come in this area. Sarah, won't you tell me your name? I've been waiting here for hours. Emergency. Now I just need to find some sort of twisty handly thing. Nope. It's a big red wheel and you gotta turn it, right? There it is. Success. Let me in! Let me in!
Credentials recorded. Access granted.
Who even cares about Sam Blackwell? He's just a dead guy who adds more stupid shit to do to pass the quests and go to other thing and blah blah blah. Okay, that should be enough. Although I'm pretty sure it's the last thing that you try. 778232.
Error. 6-digit code required. Invalid code. Invalid code. Invalid code.
That'll do.
Code accepted.
Reach behind, eh? The date of his death. Who's Judy? I'm guessing it was his misso, right? Right. Also, look at that parabola. That was a good parabola. There you go. Sit through a loading screen and wipe off like 21 caps out of your thing. Or daughter. Well... well, maybe he was from Alabama and his daughter was actually his wife. You don't know. West Virginia is pretty close to Alabama. You know, I'm pretty far away from Alabama. And I don't want to fuck my siblings, but people in West Virginia, maybe they do. You know these people, they're freaks. They're freaks! Hello, Agent Slink. You're from Alabama. Say no more. What happens down there? Is there lots of southern accents going on? Fuck you, SentryBot. There's something over there. What is that? Oh, just a Grafton monster. Yeah, whatever. What's the point of that? Alright, go for the thruster. You gotta go for the thruster. Stop this fucking screen shake game, please. He throws shit at people. He grabs it from his ass. He shits in his hands and throws it at people. How barbaric. And now all of the robots in the world are going to be pissed off at me because I shot one of their friends. But fuck it, it was 404 XP. Whatever. Gutsies don't give you nearly enough XP to make it worthwhile. Welcome to the White Spring. Yeah, blah blah. How about a video only using the syringe? No thanks. You can tell Will Reed's a little bit angry because he's got a happy face emoji and he's trying to insult me. That no shit, they were all crooks. Of course they were. That's why they got sent over to this place. Also, really petty things would get him deported too. Okay, whilst you're figuring that out, I'm going in here. Hopefully I haven't broken this quest forever. Only using fans. Who even knows? Wait, as in desk fans? I'm gonna throw screws at them, am I? Load that in my shotgun shells. Or get a junk jet and fire fans at people. Apparently 10 people from Alabama because they're gone now. Hey, you can't say that. Let's go, people. I'd make everyone use Assaultron heads. They'd be like, yeah, we're actually killing stuff with them. Only gunslinger builds only. I won't accept if you're not optimized for it. Who is this person? Cadaver! Oops.
Extraction process initiated. Keep away from extraction units while operational. Hostile trespassers detected. Employees are encouraged to remove trespassers before...
I pissed off half the gaming population from Alabama. 50 people with Wi-Fi. Yeah? Nah. Fucking Hunger Games. I watched those movies. Not super recently, but within the last couple of months. I rewatched them and honestly, they didn't age very well. They're kind of stupid. A lot of it is just drama focusing around this teenage fucking brat when it could be so much cooler. Holy shit. Cheers, bub. That rad rifle. Yeah, the first one is good because it worked for what it was, but then they decided to make sequels to it. I guess it was too profitable not to take it. Kind of like how the Star Wars A New Hope is now the 4th movie, because like, wow, we could make a lot of money. Let's keep going. And now look what they're doing. And fucking porg tattoos. There's people running around with porg tattoos and other disgusting fucking things. Can't believe that shit. That's the worst. You can't sit with us. I wonder how many of these glowing mole miners are killed daily due to this nonsense. Probably fucking heaps.
Detecting terminated management personnel.
Fear my 3.13 sneak attack multiplier. Hey guys, I've got a Tesla. Let me fucking shoot him. There we go. Actually. More script for the script bin. We're in the script bin. Oh wow, I don't even have to script anymore. Oh well. Any script I do get now is going to be valuable. Almost all movie are books at first. They're called scripts. Really? I thought they just made it up as they go along. I mean, they certainly did for some movies. It's not written in novel format, though. I think some Alabama person is currently telling me that I get fingered by kangaroos, which is odd because it's an Australian animal, right? Which means I must have sex with them because, I don't know, they're too busy thinking about fucking their own sisters. It's people like him are the reason that he's the result of when cousins fuck. So we need less of him in the world.
Detecting
There we go, there's some bait. Let's see what happens.
Remove this individual from the premises.
Furious fire Gatling, right? Fucking oath it is. You'll see, it only takes one person with a Tesla rifle to fucking ruin it for everyone. Just a mouth breather that breathes into the mic like... Hey guys, I've got a Tesla rifle. Speaking of which, I couldn't see any of the lightning, so someone's got the Tesla. What? Okay, cool, whatever. Nero was the result of cousins loving. Well, there's only one rule when it comes to that stuff. You just got to keep it in the family, right? You just all got to keep it in the family. Don't worry about the horrible repercussions of the genes. Fuck yeah, it's a free gun. I don't have to do jack shit. I can just wait around until the fucking things are done, until the monsters, they decide to produce some sort of legendary, and then I can actually do stuff. Also, where's that third one?
Uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased.
Oh, I'd be like 30 seconds away from finishing. He's actually taking this banter like a champ. He hasn't bitten back yet, so he's thinking of coming up with something. You can tell the good ones apart from the bad ones, because if you say something extremely insulting, they'll laugh, and then they'll come back with something big. So I'm guessing a lethal space Alan will come back with some fucking huge bang, and they'll be like, fuck me boys, I'm down and out. People are just punching him with their fists. Hang on, what's everyone talking about?
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased.
Yeah, we're doing good. How you going, Dan? How are you? How are you? We're instigating faster fire rate, agility handmade. Is that good? Fucking oath it's good. You've got a... Shit. You got a couple of choices when it comes to a weapon like that. You could either have it as a sniper that shoots really fast, or have a extremely rapid fire stealth commando weapon that just fucking shreds stuff if they've got low health. And I've heard that since this game works in strange, weird ways, that what actually happens is you get the instigating effect with the first 3 shots with an automatic, because it happens so quick. So ×2 damage. So with regular old mobbing, you could probably be alright. If you get yourself into a position where you've got enough damage to take out mutants or ghouls in one shot, well, you're going to be laughing, because you can do it heaps. Shut up. See, all you guys are saying how bad it is. No, I've actually used an instigating handmade before, and they're fucking good. Furious 2-shot Tesla. Well, I hate to tell you this, but that's two prefixes on the one weapon, so that's impossible. You can't actually have that, unfortunately. It's level 15. Well, get rid of it. If it's underleveled, fuck it off. Even if I had a level 35 in bloody fire rate handmade, I'd scrap that on the spot. Oh yeah, I'm already done with this. Holy shit, it's that same guy from earlier. He's still around. Why are the Shepherd's Crooks 36? Never mind. What does he mean by this?
At your service, ma'am.
I don't like this paint job. You're tacky and I hate you.
May I be of assistance?
Instigating is about as good as Blade for most PvE. On Handmade and Lever, you're one-shotting knives and enemies, so instigating is awesome. Will is right. Especially if you've got a weapon with high base damage already. Gauss Rifle, Lever Gun. Hunting Rifle sometimes, but it's slow to rechamber at least. And just like that, the entire stream was ground to a halt by a guy who didn't know what to do with a vendor. It's okay. We'll find another one. Fuck no. I prefer the chrome looking paint for the Exo one better. Instigating Hitman's Handmade. Oh, that's one that's begging to fucking be scoped in and shot from range. Especially if you've got a high sneak attack multiplier. 3.75 and then times that by another 2. You've got yourself a recipe for huge damage outputs right there. Fuck you, mole rat. They're so annoying. I hate them so much. Yeah. Level 45 Bloody Shovel with no other effects. I've heard that they don't actually scale with Gladiator or Gladiator or Slugger, probably Slugger. Yeah, faster fire rate does boost this the fire rate of semi-autos. Like if you shoot one side by side, you'll know. Even the bolt action weapons like revolvers, they shoot a little bit quicker. I kind of just teleported away from him. So he's like, huh? Oh, where'd you go? This might take a while. In fact, I'm gonna get something to eat. I hope you've enjoyed staring at a Protectron ass this entire time. He really puts the butt in Butler. Laugh track, please. Please, the dispenser. Hurry up. Ah, Modus is into black chicks. Our shining personalities. Do you want some steel for all the lead I have? I don't have a lot of lead on this character. Shining personalities. Yeah, that 7.5 times multiplier. Shining personalities. There it is! There it is! Has anyone seen the Chinese bootleg of Star Wars Episode 3? It's called Backstroke of the West. It's the best thing. I kind of want to watch it on stream, but I don't want to get fucking shut down. But anyways, instead of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, it's the tragedy that reached the man. It's the best. Did you heard the tragedy that reached the man? It's so good. Okay, he done? Okay, I think he's done. Collect my refreshments. Is he gonna give me fucking booze? This is basically so they know your hand. He just gave me breakfast cereal. 60 AP, what the fuck?
Not interested in the questionnaire then. So be it. Luckily, we do have another opportunity for you to display your abilities.
Skip content. I pissed off the robot man.
External connections were damaged by our former residents,
Squabbles.
which has made our forays into the outside world.
Do you reckon he'd objectify if I started attacking the robots inside?
Developed a plan for
Let's see what happens.
solidifying them. A plan you would never
Ah, he objects. Oh, do they go invincible mode? Ah! Oh, Jesus. Help. Fuck you, Enclave. This is my base. Oh, backflip. Wait, where did you come from? Oh, you can't actually kill those fucking turrets. How cheap is that? Can kill that robot though. I've made a very bad decision. Also, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Help me. That's got it. Hey Homer. Zap. Why is everybody so surprised that I keep playing? Okay, that plan didn't go very well. But he has to be impressed that I at least took out... Are you fucking kidding me? No. This sucks. Fuck you, turrets. Okay, here's how it's gonna work. I'm just gonna sneak my way to victory. Shit! I'm over capacity, Serpentine. There we go. Do I not get XP? There it is. Okay, I do get XP. Ah, help me. Is Modus mad? Where is he? Oh, he's not even there. Oh my god. Oh, holy fuck! How much health do I have left? 51. Okay, I regenerated. It's a war zone in here. Whoops. Success! Fuck me. Fuck me sideways. Okay. So they're gonna hold a grudge, sure. Okay, turrets are not aggroed. Was that second kill enough to get out of your system? Okay, cool. No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. This is the hardest stealth mission in the game, don't you know? Run, run, run! Fucking Jesus. I'm just gonna bail. Alright. Thank you, Drunken Monkey. I appreciate that. Squabbles light show, pretty nice. Damn it! The Squabbles he was talking about is the Squabbles with me. I betrayed him too. He was into black chicks, but now he's dead. I'll be right back. Pfft. If only I had a good build enough to actually fight my way out of there rather than getting it killed from everything. Ideally, I'd just grab Winter with a bloodied thing, or maybe Vampire's rifle and just bang, 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 shoot everything dead. I was hoping for some dialogue saying, "Why the fuck would you do that? Now we must kill you." From our shining personalities. Troubleshooters. Oh yeah. I can tank it. People were getting troubleshooters gear for the Sheep Squatch imposter, but you really don't need it. Burning a hole? Why would you want money burning a hole in your pants? I haven't loaded in yet and the people sending me invites. It'll probably expire by the time I've actually loaded in. Oh wait, here we are. Shit, now my gun's busted too. That's annoying. Rabbit! It screamed. Question is, do I have my junk? Yes, I do. Do I have to do that orientation again? Probably. Thanks, Plank Man. That is some scary looking currency. It's probably worth a lot more than one Australian dollar you do. Now. Sometimes it's tricky to remember what they are. But remember this. If it's tangy and yellow, you got juice there, fella. If it's clear and brown, you're inside of town. I am the Senate. Okay, we're starting from the start. Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, Seymour? It's not smoke, it's steam. Hey, Mark, what's happening? Just Mark. No last names, just Mark. That Assaultron is walking around in combat stance. So they're still angry at me. All of the robots remember, but Modus doesn't. Cock. That was supposed to happen. To see more? Seymour! Why is there smoke pouring out of your oven, Seymour? Oh, it's... I'm just stretching my calves on the windowsill.
There you are.
The negotiator.
Welcome. We are Modus.
Steamed clams.
Member of an assembly of the greatest minds ever gathered on American soil. We called ourselves the Enclave. Our members
And years later,
masters of the United States.
we'll have a blonde chick fly around a stolen vertibird that has been heavily modified with 50 cals and missile launchers. But that's not canon, so don't worry about that.
It was once our solemn personal duty to attend to the needs of the Enclave members that called this place home. But our
Isometric exercise, care to join me?
conflicts of vision,
Oh shit, I don't have the...
conflicts that claimed a few of our more critical
I don't have the thing.
and permanently disfigured. Our shining personality.
Oh, he did the smile.
Most
That's a Colgate smile. Enclave is sponsored by Colgate.
has forced us to seek out men and women who can do what we no longer can. Display your utility to us, and perhaps we'll allow you to join our little enclave. And
Oh, he's got a pun-making device.
all this place is capable of.
That's the only toothpaste I've ever used in my entire life, Colgate.
If you believe you might suit our needs,
Oh, fuck up.
continue down the stairs. And do help yourself to some refreshments along the way. You must be famished.
Famished. Walk through those red lines. I'm gonna use the other scanner this time.
Please help yourself to something from the dispensers.
I did.
Seated,
Cunt.
proceed down the hall.
At least he gave me something unirradiated this time. And proceed to the next room. Alright. Business owner and executive. Belief systems. That guy. Ulysses. Salad fork. Constantine Chase. Oh, you're a dumb idiot. Move a Soltron.
Your examination results were promising.
You're a dumb cunt.
You might be just the kind of member we're looking for. There is one additional task we'd like you to perform, however, so that we may confirm our suspicions. Some of our most precious external connections were damaged by our former residents, squabbles, which has made our forays into the outside world trying. But we have developed a plan for re-solidifying them. A plan you might help us see to fruition. Please, approach the dispenser.
I am approaching the dispenser. Plasma gun of the Enclave variety.
Our restoration. We would have you taken to an old naval surveillance facility known as Sugar Grove.
It's a plasma thrower as well. Look how cool the Enclave plasma looks.
Any terminal in their signal intelligence room will allow us to connect to their formidable network and sniff out a piece of archive technology that was burned from our memory banks. Now, it is likely the facility will react to our intrusion. But we have seen fit to add a routine to that tape that should turn some of their defenses to your side. A courtesy we extend only to our most promising applicants. Additionally, we've provided you with a little item from our stores we hope will make the whole process go smoother. Now, it's time for us to see what you are capable of.
Now, fuck off. I like to see that the armor I'm wearing clips through the Pip-Boy. Ah, 8, 19. Hey, Ratty. What's happening? I don't know whether there'll be an alien-themed DLC. I think it's kind of an Easter egg, to be honest. Our little enclave. I think the alien blaster is suppressed there. That might be the only good thing about it. Is it's got a suppressor on it. But I don't really know about that. It's probably going to be shit if I use it though. And where are all the dupers at? I need like 50,000 alien blaster rounds. Dexter. Dexter's Diner. The team is already full. Oh. Cadaver is still here? Is he? Bugs. Oh yeah, yeah. Why would they have an atomic shop skin for a weapon that's fucking awful? It's all quite bizarre, really. Gonna make me a million. He didn't even give me a full condition one. Dog act. I didn't know that Ratty was a streamer. That's cool. It's the generator room. This is a restricted area. Only cool cunts can come in here. Lone Wonder and also Bodyguards. Why don't I have Inspirational? God, he's so stupid. Why is he so stupid? I need to exit the premises. You big dumb idiot. God, you're such an idiot. Hey, cool bridge. If your friends jumped off a cliff, would you? Only if I had power armor and would survive the fall damage. Somewhere there. Nope. There should be a giant bee where that bee thing is on the map. There should just be a massive giant bee there. Like the mother of all monsters. In fact, that's what I want to make. I want to make a big scary monster mod where there's giant versions of each of the enemies in the game. But instead of deploying the regular old bees, they deploy super deadly wasps. They should, and the dogs will have wasps in their mouth, so when they bark, they shoot wasps at you. Nobody cares about that fucking motel. Not even Dominic Fife cares about it, and he's staying there for 3 bloody nights. Hello there. Stand fast was already broken. But that's probably why I was sneaking better, because I had stand fast on. Christ. Hey, in the thruster. Fell off a bridge and nuclear went to your team jumped to. Nocturnal explosive. Well, it'd be a good weapon to use during the night. I didn't hit him in the thing, and I didn't get the 800 damage that I got earlier. Welcome to Screwsville. Actually, do I even want to bother farming shit for this character? Probably not. What is happening down there? Why is there a doggo in here? Fuck yeah. That's a window that I'm shooting through. Fucking nice. Where's that Assaultron that cloaks? It's around here somewhere. There we go. There's an actual use of that exploit. I've got no fucking clue what's causing this. Also, there's a turret up here. It's in an elevated position. It's usually in a bad spot. Bang! Instantly killed. Stealth rifleman is rubbish. What's the best I got right now? It's a bloodied. It's a bloodied. Great, now we've pissed off all the robots, I think. I don't even know what's happening. It's called Backstroke of the West. It's so good. Can't say the same for you, Mr. Gutsy! You're dead. Return the instructions to the White Spring. Do I have to? Fuck's sake. Do you need the suppressor for the lever gun? Because that took fucking ages for me. It was terrible. Need creepy insect bosses like Japanese giant hornet the size of a Milo Queen or something like that has a terrifying buzzing noise. Well, I'm thinking I just make a bigger version of a honey beast, but instead of shooting out those pissy little bee swarms, they shoot out stuff that's actually really dangerous. The problem with really big things is they get stuck, and their movement speed is so much faster because of their size, because movement is scaled off the size that they are. Like, if you made yourself 10 times the size that you are in Fallout 4, you could run fast enough to make the map, to make the game crash and basically pull you into a loading screen even though you're not supposed to be reaching it. You can access the map faster than the creation engine can keep up. So, what you basically the only thing, what the fuck? Where was I? The thing you want to do is just create a bunch. Create a bunch using Super Duper and just scrap them all. I think high intelligence helps too. So if you've got full unyielding, get yourself to really low health so you can get as much intelligence as possible, and maybe eat like a brain. My God, there's the robot I killed earlier. I just did, fuckhead. I'm gonna get Bunker Buster right now. No, that's later. Who even cares about the Kolvac Mount Doom platform? What a screenshot. How much is the plan? Couple of grand, I think. You get them from the responders vendors. Just boost your charisma and use hard bargain to get as much price off as possible. Then all you need to do is just find the materials for it. Screws, springs, wood, steel, gears, I think. There might be some gears involved. You're telling me I have to go all the way back there? Well, I'm not. I'm going to kill some muties first. Actually, these won't be Warlord muties, will they? Because I'm only level 55. For esteemed hams. Yes. Yeah, they're only lowly level super mutants. Annoying. Oh, there's an overlord at least. You got something. The doggos are of level. They don't get higher than 28 though. Jeez, I really can't be asked doing this, to be honest. I might just take these guys as weapons and then fuck off. Complete my objective. Because I want to finish off by killing the queen. And that's pretty much... We're not too far away from that. We just have to keep going down here. May I see it? No. That should... They should have radiation aurora borealis. In fact, that's the radiation storms. I'm going to call them radiation aurora borealis. Ah! Aurora borealis! At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. You need to go up to the roof anyway, so I've just skipped a bunch of bullshit by being right here. Fuck yeah. The Kolvac Mount Doom platform has been connected. Windows XP sound of USB connection enable. Ding. What? What are those things? Look at all the bird shit. Too bad this prize is fucking garbage. Fuck you. Give me at least a 3-star legendary weapon. I want to catch this. One hand, one bounce. I got it. We haven't dealt anything as come as money since the last guys. Windows 95 is now online. Isn't Windows... Wait, which operating system did they put Man on the Moon with? Because it couldn't have been Windows. That was way before its time. How is it that I've got more technology in this phone, which fits in my pocket, than all of the goddamn technology to put fucking Man on the Moon? That's insane! This computer could have fucking run the moon landing with fucking Fallout 76 playing in a different tab. DOS. Oh yeah. In fact, I could just boot up Fallout 4. We'll still have enough RAM. Where's the Minecraft stream? I haven't bought Minecraft. Mutton meat pie. Muton meat pie. We're eating Space Allens. Let's get an XCOM mod. We'll have mutons, but they'll basically be super mutants. And we'll have thin men, which are scorched. And we'll have... What else is there? Sectoids? They can be... I don't fucking know what they can be. We can just we can get Faceless to do death claw. We can make Faceless death claws. We just have to stand them up a little bit better or whatever. Shining personalities. Shining personalities.
Now, as a new member, we may call on you from time to time. You, of course, will be compensated for such efforts. We'll be sure to have a disbursement of whatever it is being used for currency out there these days credited to your account. Otherwise, you're now free to explore the bunker.
2 to 3 grand.
Our production center has a variety of goods available for purchase.
Finally, accessibility. We can access everything. Now, send me out to kill 10 fucking bats, and then we can figure out how to kill the monsters in the bat monsters. We have to do a fucking nuke run, which is terribly, unimaginably boring.
But we needn't keep you any longer. Welcome, member,
Oops.
to our little enclave.
And you call it an enclave, despite the fact it is obviously grilled. There's Bunker Buster. Ah, there it is. They're right there. And then it goes. 585. Oh yeah, I'm kinda spec'd for that, aren't I? Kinda. I have access to the base. All your base are belong to me. You're going the wrong way. Here we go. Military wing. Shining personality. Shining personality. Shining personality.
Promotion system engaged. Welcome, private. Accessing bunker records for previously completed support operations. No records of support operations found. System requires additional commenting.
Thanks, Ratty Star. I'll do the same. There we go. Let me just subscribe to actually. There we go. You now have a new subscriber, Ratty. Hang on, you're on PC, aren't you? Are you? I don't even know. Hello, Islaf. What's happening? Ah, okay. So now we gotta go around killing 10 Scorch Beasts and or legendary enemies. Okay. There we go. We're out here. The easy part. Now, all I need to do is just figure out how to pick up Adrenal Reaction. Maybe someone's got one of those things. I've got a half decent amount of caps now, I think. Wait, what? Oh yeah, there's an access from... I never go through that entrance ever. Ow. What the hell? This is cursed. This is a cursed area and I don't like it. It's too empty. I don't like it when this place is empty. Can I go back to the surface, please? This is what happens when I can't fast travel. I go away. Oh, Xbox. Damn. There's only one bloke that appears to be on PS4. Oh. Okay, it's down there. Fine. I've got goods to peddle to you. Jack and robots mind when I sell them pulse grenades. Got your hoodie straight out of the dryer. This hoodie is not good. I'm actually kind of cold. Also, my back hurts still. And the cold doesn't help my back. It does not help it one bit. Wait, how much crap do I have in this that I could have just scripted? I've got a Furious Explosive. What is making that noise? What is the... What? What? How did the mole rat get in here? Also, what was that minigun? I'm so confused. Was it him? That's so bizarre. No, I'm saying the only person who makes content on YouTube for Fallout 76. There's only one that I know of. It's got a decent sized following. Just the one. Hey, good for him though. He's got the... I think PS4 has the biggest player base. Maybe it's Xbox. It's probably Xbox, because Bethesda doesn't like Sony. Sequence breaking. Back away from me. Thanks, bro. How much damage is that now? It's got to be heaps more, right? 282. Yeah, it's a little bit more. That's all I got. That's all I got. All of that. Oh well. Time to go south and kill some motherfucking bats. I'm not sure if I have to get the killing blow. I think you do. No, surely not, right? You just have to assist. Hang on, if there's that event, what's it called? Surface to air, there's like a scorched beast that always comes out of the hole as soon as you kill the last one. It just comes out. It's great. It's good. I want that. Let's get that event going. Bethesda are very cagey about how many people are actually playing Fallout 4. They said to us, there's the Scorch Beast. They said to us they had over 1 million, like millions of players or something, but I don't know about that. There seemed to be a massive hate train for it on YouTube, that's for sure. Die, motherfucker. Fuck off. One down, 9 to go. There's a big fissure. Look at that. Look at the size of that one. It's huge. It's also got a lot of rads about it. No thanks. I'm out. Hello, Ozgun. What's happening? Pfft. 1538 damage. Fuck you, Scorch. That'll deal with you, right? Surely. That's my kill game. You saw it. I want the XP for discovering this place. There we go. Now to quickly get out of it before I get sludge lung. Why is there bird sounds? There's clearly no birds around. That's also a random encounter with super mutants. Got my caps out of it. I ain't complaining. How come there's none of them crawling through this shit? Also, here's how you stop the Scorch Plague. You just put plywood over the things. You just put plywood. Wait, what? Oh, there's one. It's a big boy level 81 as well. Look out. He did a nice somersault as he came down. Ride a Scorch Beast. Now, there's already enough people calling this game Skyrim. Do you remember towards the end of Skyrim how you could ride the dragon to fucking Sovngarde or whatever? To a fucking portal. This is like a portal to heaven and anyone could just walk in. Oh, I hear another one. It's Bat Central today, boys. My god, look at these guys. Reload faster, damn you. Fucking bang! Skyrim just sucks. No, I enjoyed it. I reckon it wasn't too bad. I want to eat your heart. That deep-pocketed thing is very tempting. But no. Where'd all the mutants go? Oh, here they are. Just got 705 mils from that. How good? 800. Wait, well, all these guys armed with miniguns? It certainly looks like it. I think one of them died. The other one had a laser gun. He picked up the minigun. He got 500 rounds to use, but he obviously doesn't consume ammo. Fucking commie bots, man. They're the worst. Onward, I say. Does a big monster... Do they mean... surely that he'd like me killing Mylet Queens too, right? They're big, scary monsters. Have the ability to hatch thousands. 3-star in here. Gather round, gather round. Backflips. Oh, limb damage. My goodness. Why? Also, I'm pretty sure I heard the Mylet Queen show up, right? That's the sound of a Scorch Beast! Fucking slam dunk into the pool. No, I missed. That sucks. Look at this stupid bat. What do you think he done? '76 is the best Fallout ever. Now that is a controversial statement. I'm sure I heard the Mylet Queen. Oh, it's under there. There she is. She was just chilling under the water, hoping for all... It's like sitting in the pub waiting for the zombie apocalypse to blow over. That's what she was doing. Shit. Ah, blew her head off. Perfect. Oh, I've got 2 level ups I haven't used either. Good. 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 I lied about all those, by the way. Oops, no. Where's Adamantium Skeleton? Oh, it's under A, so it'd be that one. Yeah. Alright. Now, other endurance perks. What do I want? Obviously fireproof. What the fuck is this shit? What are you trying to put on me? I don't even have any Nuka-Cola. That's sad. Okay. 5 down, 5 to go. Half time. We've had our breaks. Let us continue. Just gonna breeze past the city. In fact, I'm just gonna teleport here. Shaun of the Dead reference. That's such a good movie. I should see Hot Fuzz too. I need to watch that one because my brother was talking about it. It's very funny. We've got a 3-star Gutsy. This is a target-rich environment for sure. Whoops. Man down! Man down! Here's the death train. I'm glad that Gutsy waited for us to revive him. Script where... Cheers. Cheers, Cobber. Fuck you, Mr. Gutsy. Fucking bang. He just got ruined. Now he's not even falling through the air properly. He just floated around for a little bit. 3 to go. Oh, he lost Cadaver. Cadaver might have crashed, actually. He probably crashed. He wouldn't just leave after a kill like that. Unless he just got a 1-star thing like me and rage quitted. Which, you know what? Yeah, I looted the Gutsy. I got him. She right, mate. She right. Look at the fucking little tails on them. That tail. I like how they spray out with green blood. I like that. That's a cool touch. Kill starred epic creatures or scorched beasts to earn combat commendations. Oh, 60 FPS. Brilliant. The Enclave is... Even Enclave is better than the Minutemen. Because Enclave is cool. The Minutemen are just they're super lame. That's their biggest problem. They're just lame. Spam mouse button 1. Smash that motherfucking mouse button.
Potential threat neutralized. Issuing combat commendation.
Cadaver's back. Back again. No more limb damage for anyone in my party. Sometimes I don't believe that I'm hitting them for 900 hit points. I don't think I am. Let's see it. Yes! From the depths of hell he rises. And before he gets up and does anything, he is dead. Speaking of dying... Ow! Jesus Christ.
Target extermination complete. Issuing combat commendation.
The Institute are evil, and they're also assholes. We're one Scorched Beast short, or the legendary starred monster short. Though you see, Enclave, that rat was particularly dangerous because he was carrying the plague and now he's dead. Shouldn't be too hard to find one more bat out here. What's this? Oh my god. You better not aggro those plants. Wow, I can't believe I said that words. I want that adhesive, and I want it now. No. Bad. Terrible. Plant's not working. Ghouls and super mutants are people. No, they're not. That's kind of why they're slaughtered by actual people. Like 9 times out of 10. Just slain without mercy. 99 times out of 100. I am super racist. Non-feral ghouls are not okay. They're not good. They're bad. They're disgusting creatures that should be purged. Because they'll turn feral one day and you'll have to kill them anyway. So why not just kill them now and put them out of their goddamn misery? There's a lot of fucking gulpers in here. Plenty of gulpers. Yeah, I've only leveled up a handful of times during this. This character's score per minute with XP must be fucking huge though, because all of it was done during double XP. Now I'm pretty sure there's a hole out here somewhere, and sometimes Scorched Beasts do pop out. There it is. I'm hoping to pull a spawn from here. What the hell have we got over here? More commie bots. Die metal buckets. Let me just clean that up. See, there's nothing in it at all. Go away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I mean, there's the fissure site up there, but I'm going to keep on going. Might be something... You never know, there might be something good down here. Where all the talking plants live. See, they've found something to shoot at. Children of Adam are terrible as well. Like radiation worship. Crazy. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. This is 3 people doing stealth builds at once, and how fucking fast we're killing everything. This is why stealth builds should stick together, because we're fucking too strong. We're that strong. Like a squad of stealth commandos that know what they're doing can probably kill the... I mean, that's how they kill the Scorched Beast Queen in 2.5 seconds, because they just stealth unarm the bastard thing. 2.5 seconds, that's all it took to kill one. Why would you love ghouls and super mutants? They're cannon fodder. The best thing about them is the XP that they give when they die. There's a fissure site down the road here, actually. I'll keep going, fuck it. This is the place where he went to the servo for a pack of smokes, and he come back and his wife got eaten by doggos. That's the story of this place. Thank you for watching Captain Noob's Lore videos. Unsubscribe for less of this content. No. I've always gravitated more towards the stealth rifleman and commando parts of this game. Although the different playstyles are pretty fun. Power right in the kisser. Power right in the kisser. Power right in the kisser. Ooh, I missed. Hang on a second. Here's a thought. Here's a thought. What if you used what's it called? Quick hands with a lever gun, right? And you wouldn't ever reload it yourself. Rather, you just keep shooting it. So you'd load one bullet, shoot until you get that proc, and then you've got immediately a full mag. Would that work? You reckon? Maybe. Don't really know. Perhaps. Haven't tried it out. Don't have the cards on this character. You know why Fallout 76 won't last as long as other games in terms of its lore? Because I don't have people arguing what's the best way to run the Wasteland, because on one hand you've got the Vault Dwellers, which are all the players, and then on the other hand you've got some terrifying monster scary beasts that eat everything. There's gonna be no interesting lore discussions on who can best run the bloody Appalachia, because everyone's dead. So we better get in and kill these Scorch Beasts, and that's kind of it. And that's what sets this game apart from a lot of the ones before it. Maybe not Fallout 3. Although, you could see that Colonel Autumn was less evil than the robot president man. So there's that. 9. There's no faction discussions to be had in this game. Kill bats. The end. Fallout 76, the scary monster bat mod. Collingwood versus Brisbane prelim. Oh, if we could beat Brisbane, that would be massive. Todd said 76 is not a sequel to 4. Yeah, we know. We know that... Okay, that's really bad. Don't do this. Okay. It's not a sequel, it's a prequel to the... It's set years and years, 200 years before Fallout 4. Is there supposed to be water here? Looks like some sort of stream. No, there's the water. Okay, we're one Scorch Beast kill away, a nuke raid, and then a nuke, and then a Scorch Beast Queen kill away from fucking beating the game on this character for the 5th cucking time. And I'm just going to get carried like usual, because I ain't got no good damage output. Well, actually I do. It's not too bad. Hopefully we'll have a bunch of people rock up. Just gotta fucking... What's he doing? Flying low, are ya? That'll get him! And he was caught by the trees. It's like, hold on! He's holding on for dear life. Oh, it's ticks and they're diseased. That's bad. They give you parasites, little bastards. Just got fucking parasites too. Oh, okay, that's not where I'd have put it, but whatever floats your boat, mate. Alright, I'm back here again. Fuck overcapacity. Not for long. Perfect. Alright, we're good again. Need to find more uses for artillery bombardment. Don't forget about your 10 atoms from the Gucking Fulpers. There's that. Yeah, I don't know. They're nuking Morgantown because... Hang on, let me see. I'm not doing that, that's for sure. Not doing that either. I've already got one of those. Nuclear Winter, use stim packs. Shit! Oh, kill Gulper and Gulper Lagoon. I'm pretty sure it's... I don't even fucking know where it is, to be honest. I'm gonna take great pleasure in getting 10 cents for killing a Gucking Fulper. Fucking Gulpers, fucking bastards. God, I hate them. Forster has the gay? What? Simply the name of the Minutemen in history were meat shield of the US during the Revolution. Independence Day. How long have I been streaming? Ages. Hold on, let me see. Almost 9 hours. And I know when to get back into the tab because the thing will be loaded. I've got a nice preview on my thing here. Alright. Back in. And probably should get rid of these goddamn rads. No? There we go. It was not very effective at all. What's worth 2 caps? These are, at 1 cap each. There we go. We've managed to get full script and full caps for the day on across all 5 characters. And to top it off with a nuke, actually, should I jump a different server before dropping the nuke, just so I don't fucking crash? Maybe. No, this server's been alright. I'll keep going. Hmm. Which silo I want to use? Probably Alpha. That's close to you. Actually, we should probably figure out... Alright, we can do alpha.
Up to you. But please, feel free to ask our terminals if you have any questions. Good.
Good. You've got the codes for all of them. Alright. Did you go on Reddit too? I went on Reddit for my codes. Oh, all we have to do is go in here and hang on. There's usually a bear outside of this particular thing. Yeah. Ow. That feel when no rad resistance. There's the bear. Ah, shit! He's... Oh, okay, we've outpathed him. The one weakness of the bear is it's got shit pathing because it's so wide. Yeah, someone's wanted. My kill. Medic's explosive. I've got a Medic's explosive pump shotgun actually. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. He shot it with a minigun, so I freaked the fuck out. Mine. Oh, 42 stim packs. Bloody hell. Okay. No wonder I'm so friggin' over capacity. All those clean ass motherfucking things. That was well worth the price of admission. You don't know how Medic's heals, how much Medic's heals for. The same as a vampire's gun. Actually, same thing, about the same amount. So not a whole lot, but if you've got a rapid fire weapon, well, it's good. Is there more vertibots with nuclear keys on them? I'm hearing something, but I can't see it. Did they fix Gatling gun? It seems you shoot fast now. I don't know. I'm still playing because I've got to nuke a giant bat and kill it. And I don't know how well it'll go because this server hasn't got a lot of people in it. I'm a bit worried actually. Fucking seizure. Oh my god, are you still talking? Shut up. There we go. Fucking Jesus, really? I fucking hate those turrets so much. Why wouldn't shooting them in the barrel be classed as headshots? Speaking of glitching out, I'll show you, inanimate. I'm stuck in here. There we go. How is there Colonel Gutsies already? I'm only getting 2 XP for those things. What a joke. I don't believe it. What combination of speed demon and perks to reach fastest movement speed? No, speed demon maxes it out. You won't get much faster. No. Rip unyielding bits. Can I repair this right now? No, I have to turn the monsters off first. Or the robots off. I am McBain. Fuck off. God, no, my weapon's fucked. What have I got? I've got this. I've got a plasma thrower. Perfect. What the hell? That's really strong. It's really fucking strong. What the fuck? How is this so powerful? What the hell? Okay, I can see why that might be very strong, yes.
Until automated systems restart. Additional security required.
Why do I have so many different outfits? No reason, I've just been picking them up. Fucking hell, that is so strong. Oh, it's broken, is it? I'm glad you're here to tell us these things. Not entirely stable. I'm glad you're here to tell us these things. I'm really fucking glad it didn't bug out on me right then. You fuck off. Just go away. Just leave me alone. And she right. Bang! We're good to go. We're in the pipe. 5x5. Oh, so we don't need power armor anymore. That's a lot to repair that. Goodness. Protective lining is actually better. There you go. Just need the pure violet flux. Well, if that's something we can grab out of old mate, well then we're going to be laughing. Yeah, don't need demo expert. If I had $1 for every time Serendipity triggered this stream, I'd be fucking rich. I'd be richer than Felix Kjellberg. Give me something to break! Whoops. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. I think you better quit letting that slip. Are you believing with a fat lip? Oh, I ate a raw Scorch Beast heart. Disgusting. That was gun through, but with actual aiming. Give me something to break. And then I'd be taxed out of my ass. Taxation is theft. I am part of Scientology now, and you can't tax me because my religion says no. What? There we go. Hope you go up like a chainsaw. What? Go up like a chainsaw. What? Motherfucking chainsaw. I think you better quit letting that slip. Are you leaving with a fat lip? Give me something to break. You can get more than one Brotherhood of Steel officer suit. All you need to do is either kill them or just get them via console commands. Or do you mean like different colors of officer suit? I don't know. I don't really know what you mean. Hope you go up like a chainsaw. What? Motherfucking chainsaw. There we go. You better. Dispatching additional troops. Sneeze. Well, now, one of these doors is going to let us through. I think it's this one. Yes. Oh god, here's the final boss of the game. The invisible robot man. I see it. Oh, I just two-shotted the final boss. I am ready for the trials that lie ahead. Hope it go up like a chainsaw. What? I think you better quit. Watching that slip. Are you leaving with a fat lip? Fucking hurry up, turret. I'm gonna die before it does anything. God, I hate turrets that are... Terminals that are slow. The one from Brandis. What, the tattered one? Alright, I got this. I've got circuitry to burn.
Unscheduled maintenance activity is the storage area. Requesting security response.
Hope it go up like a chainsaw. What? See my vest. See my vest made from real gorilla chest. Alright, that'll do us. In fact, I made one more than I should have, so I've lost a little bit of steel and a little bit of circuitry, but whatever, I can get that back quick smart. Now watch the magic happen. Cadaver's back. 10, 13, 15, 14, even.
Fabricating replacement security personnel.
The all black one is exactly what Maxon has under his coat, isn't it? Don't kill anything. Never mind. You're not supposed to kill anything, otherwise we won't be inundated with robots. Fuck off. Alright, let's see where Wazowski spawns. Who is it? Who's it gonna be? It is... Yes, it's Wazowski! Alright, here we go. Hang on, I need some booze for this. Don't body block him, goddamn. Alright. Hang on.
Wazowski! Wazowski! You didn't file your paperwork! Don't let it happen again! I am watching you, Wazowski! Always watching! Wazowski! Ha ha ha! After 2 years of undercover work, almost wasted.
And here's the fat guy. Wow, what a mess. Here's the Tin Man. Stop that! I have a thyroid problem. It's the lady boy. The lady boy, man. You've been arrested after 10 years for tax evasion of a life sentence. I don't know what that is a reference to. Actually, speaking of taxes, I gotta fucking do them soon. I gotta pull my fucking thumb out of my ass and actually do it. Okay, hopefully the last of that enemy pod is just a Eyebot, and the Eyebot's sort of around the corner, not really getting involved. Because it seems nice and quiet now. Oh, hang on. There's a robot. There's invisible robots. This is so incredibly fucking pathetic. I don't understand how the people who actually know what they're doing go through these runs and actually enjoy it, because there's so much fuck around. You have to sit here for ages, and the game just throws anything that one player can take out for themselves. Cretins with no taste, huh? Poof. Okay, here we go. Here's the 3, 4, 9, 5, 9, 7, 3, 9. Success. Fucking send it. Oh, cock. I'm over capacity. Well, they can go. Please don't crash, 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 please don't crash. Tax evasion. The illegal non-payment or underpayment of tax. Well, all of my income is through a government thing anyway, an apprentice network, so I just have to say, yep, that's what I earned, and yeah, you can take that much away from me. Thieves! Hello, Resist James, what's happening? Suppressors only. We're only allowed to use suppressors in this server. I get tinnitus. Everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I am Becca, destroyer of other players once I get spec'd for PvP. And I will use this character a total of 0 times. Fuck, I should have challenged myself to neck the entire can before the thing landed. But alas, I've only got 10 seconds left and I can't possibly smash it that quick, can I? Maybe. Could you imagine if it landed and no Scorch Beast Queen came out? Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Here we go, boys! This has been a shit fight so far. Land, you cretin. Land, I say. Was that the orbital strike? Haha, I've got you right where I want you. You can't possibly kill me here. Bear. Okay, it's gone. Woo. My queen. What a Balland. Which one of you guys is gonna bother to fucking clip its wings so it lands? Oh wait, he's just done it, hasn't he? Yep. This is game over. This is the end for you, my master. Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil. From my point of view, the Scorch Beasts are evil. Well, then you are lost! Man, that sucked. You know what? Just to annoy everyone, I'm gonna drop an orbital strike on everybody. Bring the rain. Yes! Oh, it was just the one? I thought there would have been more than that. Success. Oh, an unyielding. 1 star unyielding. Fuck it. That's better than nothing. This is superior to Stand Fast. You bellend. Yes. Oh, there's a shootout. What have I done? That's the best. Your script is mine! Run. Run. Run away. Run away. Yes. Success. That's the best thing I've done all day. That's what they get for killing Cadaver. He was my friend. He was my friend! How dare they try to kill Cadaver? He was my bro. I avenged you, bruv. Did I pull more flux though? No. No, not really. They're still around. Actually, I think someone else took his flux and then walked off. That's the best. I love that. He was seeking revenge. It's only natural. He cut off your arm and you wanted revenge. You have to be on PC. I don't know where they went, but they were seeking revenge and they would have spawned somewhere else. God, can I tune out of this radio frequency? Alright, what's the time now? Yeah, you missed the Queen fight, but I killed 2 other players because they decided to attack Cadaver, so I shot both of them. Clear out flooded train yard. It's the train yard smash! This is the after party. Oh, I fucking hate being over capacity. No, fucking hell. Fine, I'm gonna regenerate AP. There we go. Oh, that ghoul is 3 stars, by the way. Sake. There's a 3-star ghoul over here, Cadaver. But got him. He gave me a turd cider. And also a good amount of XP. Is that a guaranteed 3-star? Might be. Alright, who's that? Okay, that's not the dude you tried to see. Whoops, that's me, Mark, pushing the mic. Ah, he's got a 2-shot explosive. It's raining bats. Look how inaccurate that is. Is that guy high? Why did they nerf the broadside? I don't know. It does a good amount of damage. The problem is that it breaks too quick, and another problem is that the netcode doesn't actually allow it to work properly. The explosion doesn't happen in the exact same place where the projectile lands, so you can do shots doing nothing damage. A lot of explosions. Rick's a nice guy. He seems to have a good aim about him, that's for sure. Do you reckon this is reset yet? Nope. I'm going to script Standfast. I can't believe I'm going to do that. Poor Standfast. What did it ever do to me? Oh, I got decontamination arch plans from that as well. How good. $260 AP. You like jazz? Fucking hell. Hey, Mason. Black powder pistol with exploding bullets and reload. Hey, that's not even that bad. Reload on a black powder. Not bad. Who is that? That's Kanga. Hey, I know you! Oh my god, Ducky's back as well. Where have you been for the last 9 hours? Look at this man. He's got... Ooh, last level up. What am I going to spend it on, eh? Let's see what we can spend it on. I've got an idea. %45 less damage. Yeah, 8 endurance seems alright. Too much charisma, I might pull that down. I want 11 intelligence. I could probably get away with 8, actually. For full demo expert. More in strength for sure. for unarmed shit. More on agility. Luck, I'm happy to keep at 9. So probably pull 2, add agility 9 might be okay actually. You can do a lot in agility with 9. 9. Yeah, I've decided that balanced builds aren't great. I'm happy with this endurance thing though. Colonut can go away, but fireproof at rank 3. An adamantium skeleton. Well, if explosive weapons are a thing, well, that's going to be my counter against that. Rejuvenated though, is that really necessary? If I pull, I mean, that's 25 extra health. 50 if I'm well fed. That's pretty good. But if I pull 2 out of that, well, I need to think about this actually. And I'll think about it later, because now I am tired. Also, Livy, are you still on? Because I need to deliver you that minigun that I had. So, thank you to everyone who's watched the stream. We've gone for almost 10 hours, so yeah, that's pretty good. Go play Nuclear Winter. There's nothing there. Alright, cool. I'll see you in a sec, Liv. Thanks, Ducky, for joining. Cadaver, Darth Bane. Darth Bane has been a star. He's been the best. He's the best, man. He's been Ubering me around. It's great. Speeding up the process of completing the game, which we did in pretty decent time. Thanks to everyone who's been watching. We had a strong viewership, and then it kind of dropped off as the Americans got tired and went to sleep. But we're still sitting at 86 right now, so that's pretty solid. Have a good weekend, everybody, because it's, what, Friday night for Americans? Maybe Saturday morning? Alright, see yous.